wants 200, baby.
You ready to get back to the trading action?
You aim, you shoot, and make money.
It's going to be a great day. You guys know where you're at. What's going on, traders? It's good to be back with you guys. I'm looking into the competition, looking into the leaderboard, looking at trades that are happening right now. I will let you guys know I'm fully out of the competition, but that leaves me more time to watch your trades today. Watch the big trades that are going on right now. Look at this trader. He has 4 positions on. There's 2 of them up more than $2,000. There's about $4,000 or $5,000 in play here. A lot of shorts going on right now, happening and winning a lot of the competition. We'll talk a lot more about the competition today. We'll go to that leaderboard. We got a nice update, and we'll be taking a look to see some of the biggest positions that are on throughout the day. Of course, I got my positions on, but these are going to be right here where you see these big positions. This is from, of course, the action that's going right now in, of course, the Trading World Championship. How are you guys doing in the World Trading Championship? Don't forget, of course, there is a way of getting second chance. I'll tell you guys all about that coming up. Let's dive really quickly into the playbook, into the Sunrise Report, talk about the action, and talk about what's going on in the market today. Let's go to it. All right, as we take a look here, the SPY starting to climb a little bit in the after hours, now starting to pick right back up. That's what I want to see. Is I'll be looking to see what happens in the trades today. I'm looking at a potential trade on Intel to the long side, as the Advanced Foundry, of course, is getting the nice little push. It was pushing 10%. It gets more and more mentions from Google, right? They're going to be buying in here, and I think this is why you're seeing this. You're seeing that expansion away from what? From TSM. Of course, it's so important for the AI infrastructure supply, for the chips to kind of get these foundries up. But of course, Intel's coming fast and trying to play a little catch up. So we'll look to see if it can continue to climb, break that 114 today and keep pushing. We'll see if these can the AI trade just comes right back in and keeps winning. We'll take a look at Micron. This was the one that I was trading last night. I actually was up multiple times on short sides yesterday. Was able to get out for a hit, but then just go long and make some money, right? That's what matters. We'll take a look at some other names, and man, that trader over here is taking more and more trades. Great trades out there, I will say. MU trying to get back up above the 1,000. Will it break that 1,000? We'll look to see if it breaks it today. It's right in play, could be rebounding right back up. We'll see what happens here in some AI plays. Let's keep it going. Let's go to the next one. Let's go to Target as we dive deeper into a different play here. This is a play that I actually have a swing on. You guys see it on the bottom here. We'll take a look to see if Target can get back above the 124s, 125. This is kind of more of a weekly approach, right? A weekly pulling back to the support right around the same area, prior resistance right around that 120. Now, can we climb back through the 130s and continue going through? That's what I'll be looking for. A move back towards like 140 is really what I'm looking for. This is a swing trade, and I'm looking to hang in. For swing traders out there, I think it's a good look today also, because you're still hanging at the 9 EMA. Could start to recover right back above yesterday's high. Yesterday's high being 126.83. Let's see if we can get back above that and start to rip higher. All right, Target's definitely one name that I'll be watching. And my wife did just spend more money at Target and continues. So I don't think that's slowing down anytime soon, right? I do have one name that is doing really well. Also, of course, Target's already up a good amount. USAR is going to name I'm going to be watching to see if that can get the lift. And then MVLL I have on the trade right now. We'll look at to see if this can continue flying high. This had been the name that was strong before the downturn, so I went right back in it in the after hours. Actually got in pretty close till about 9 o'clock, right? And so 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock there, getting into Marvell. This is the leverage one, 2x leverage, right? Going for the juice as Crow and would say in the chat. We'll see if we get back above the 190s, getting back above the 194s towards the open. That's what I'll be looking for, at least, trying to cash in to the drive. All right, we'll take a look at some more action. Let's get to the Sunrise Report. Let's quickly talk about what's going on in the market. There's a lot to get into. Let's go to it. All right, the relief bounce that arrived on schedule now has to prove that it wasn't just a head fake, right? After Friday's $1.4 trillion chip rout, Monday delivered a partial recovery, right? Semiconductor ETF rebounded 5%, the Nasdaq climbed 0.9, and the VIX slid back underneath 20. But the texture was uneasy, and Apple fell on its own WWDC keynote despite unveiling a Google-powered Siri. The clearest sign yet that the market will sell even on a sensible AI strategy. If it can't see the revenue, of course. Futures are pointing higher again this morning on a continued chip bid, right? We've heard the news here in Intel. We'll continue to watch. And then, not to mention, we'll continue to see what happens with some earnings tonight. It's tomorrow night. Oracle is going to be tomorrow night. We'll definitely be watching to see what happens there in the enterprise AI conversation. $75 billion SpaceX IPO on Friday. And we also get the CPI report on Wednesday. That's going to be massively important to see what happens there. And then, of course, first Walsh Fed 8 days out. We'll see from Walsh next week. Yes. Don't forget about that. Today's a tape that has to show whether Friday's capitulation was merely the first leg down. Let's take a look at the action overnight drivers. Of course, Apple rents the future instead of building it, as its headline, of course, from Monday's WWDC keynote wasn't a chip or a CapEx number. It was a partnership with Google. So we'll see Apple bounce back today. Right now, it's still in the gutter down there to 300 when it was just trading yesterday towards 320s, 317. We'll see what happens here on Apple. Can it hold in? Of course, Apple rebuilt Siri with the Apple Intelligence platform, but it's running on Google Gemini. That's just really what it is when it comes down to it. We'll see what happens here with, of course, Apple. Chip Complex tries to find the floor. Monday's tape was, of course, partially mended, but not healing. We'll see what happens in the, of course, the SMH to see if it can continue to push. A ceasefire in name only, but oil listens anyways. The U.S. and Iran truce held. Headlines formed over the weekend. I mean, the war conversation is just getting old. Let's keep going. Let's get into some more conversation. Let's get into some stocks that are moving. Of course, I've mentioned Apple, Oracle, and Focus tomorrow, right? All things to be watching. We'll also see what happens there in NVDA, as the relief is definitely on the watch. What happens towards the bell? Can it continue to push? More and more mentions with different companies, right? Like going towards potentially Intel to get some of their supply, right? We'll see what happens on that action. Today's calendar to watch also, you will be seeing some kind of smaller numbers. The big numbers, they come tomorrow. We do got a target annual meeting on Wednesday. So, hey, maybe that can help me get a continued lift going into that headline. All right, we'll take a look to see what happens out there. Of course, SpaceX is one of the biggest watches, but the biggest watch is not that. It's the Trading World Championship, of course, and that's what you guys should be getting after. I hope you guys are getting after it. We'll talk about the leaderboard coming up, of course, with our traders. Let's get right to that action. Let's bring on Michael Noss. Let's talk about the action in the market, and let's talk about the competition. It was a fun one yesterday, of course, as we got a lot of traders to come in and take some bets. I hope you took some bets, Michael. Are you still alive in the competition?
I am, because I think I traded entirely in the wrong account yesterday. So we're
Oh,
break even. That's good.
Nice. Nice.
That's a good way
Was
to do
I
it.
trading in the wrong account? I don't know. I had some positions in the leaderboard. Hopefully that's what happened to my account, Michael, because I know I left the Sunny on. And did you see Sunny in the afternoon? It goes and makes
Yes,
like a 400% move or something like that.
Mhm. But
That's how it
nothing
goes.
compared to, do you see this NIHD? This is what the leader did
Oof.
yesterday. This is
Yeah.
insane. This thing went from $1 to $40 in a single day. I think I was just reading our Slack had it here. I think yeah, the guy bought it at $10 and held it until the close. That's something that you can only do when it's not your risk, but means you probably bought the break out of this space right here, it looks like, and then might not have had much of a choice but to hold it to the close, looking at as many of the times
Oh,
it
yeah.
gapped. Like he might wanted to get out earlier, but that puts, I think, our leader up like 300% in one day, which is Just
Yeah, right
insane, just
now
wild.
I'm checking in on some of the lead, and I got the real-time access here for you guys today. So I will be able to keep filling us in. There's somebody up there with $126,000.
Yeah, so that's 300% on the initial, which is just nuts. That's crazy. And that's the only you can only get these kind of gains.
Is that
And I'm going to talk a
400? I
little
think that'd be we got 30K, right? Was the starting amount?
I think. But
So,
I'm going to talk
okay.
I'm going to talk a little smack, and I think if Michael Katz is here, he'll love this with the guys who trade forex and futures. Yeah, it's good. You know, if that's your style, I'm never going to knock anyone's style for that
Oh
kind of
yeah.
thing. But you're not going to get those type of move. If we ever see a move like this in the currency of a country, the world is likely ended. That's imagine you wake up and oil is up. What's that? It's not 10x, it's 300x or like 30,000% gain. That's about the end of her. That's wrap it up, try again next time. But yeah, that was crazy. And again, shows there's this whole community of people that short these things, and good for you if it's a strategy that works. I know a lot of people do it, and it's a great strategy, and all that kind of stuff. But shows that you can go both ways. I read a lot on Twitter from some of the systematic traders that I follow that have that as a strategy, and they were just like they were talking about being done trading in general, because how do you fade something like this? And yeah, it just goes to show that if you can grab this momentum, you can take trades like this. You don't need a lot of money. Dude tripled his money in a day. If he had $1,000 in it, right? That's all you need, to have a really, really good day. Now, of course, this isn't going to happen all the time. This was rarer, but it doesn't seem like it's that rare. Like Crow saying, accounts were definitely exploded yesterday, and generational wealth on the other side of that was made, and that's, I think, the main benefit of systematic trading, right? So, like, if you're a currency, right? Say your currency goes to zero, can only go down 100%, right? This thing went up thousands of percent. It just shows that the moves are definitely weighted. Now, double-edged sword, all that kind of stuff. But this is why I think all traders should have some amount of equity exposure, because of that uncapped returns. The you can buy even an NVIDIA and get 10, 20x returns, but if you buy the S&P 500, you're going to get, on an amazing year, like 30-40%, right? On an insane year. So just have that exposed. I was listening to Mitch. He got a lot of this already. I think the main culprit is oil being down so much today. However, what I really want to kind of highlight quickly is this continued type of rotation we've seen, in which the SPY did okay yesterday, right? We held kind of in the middle of yesterday's range. It was about a do nothing day. But then go take a look at what the IWM did yesterday, and it held way further. So I talked about this, how in days like this, instead of looking at percentage gains, just anchor to something, anchor to the bottom, anchor to the top of these really wide candles, and I'll just switch back and forth between these. How much more the S&P 500 and how much more that gave back versus the IWM. So could be this continued rotation into smaller names, smaller cap names, that type of names. And if we look at what makes up smaller caps, it's healthcare, biotechs, small financials, and industrials. Those are generally your smaller cap names. So those are some sectors that you might want to start looking at and focusing on. So industrials, XLI. I know Mitch was talking about John Deere yesterday. These might be ones that hold up a little bit better. You look at XLV, which we've been, I know, obnoxiously hammering the table on, but thankfully it's been a great trade. XLF as well. All of these different alternative outside of the main area when we're looking at semiconductors and things like that. So nice little bounce across the board. I just noticed that bounce happened in some of these other names like IWM, the smaller names, than it did the largers. And then, don't talk about this one much, but it's important to look at, is MDY. This is like the middle ground. So you've got the SPY, which is your 500 biggest names. You have MDY, which is, I think, 400 of your mid cap names. And then you've got your small caps, and mid caps and small caps outperformed. Didn't seem to be like a tech versus this versus that type of thing. It seemed to be just more on the cap scale. So when people rotate into smaller cap names, it could just be a risk on phenomenon in which your smaller cap names are going to perform better or perform more if the market goes up than larger cap names because they're just more risky and kind of speculative by nature. But how much higher this one's holding up to the highs versus this, right? So the pullback in both the Qs and the SPY were way more pronounced than the IWM and the mid cap. So let's, just focus on that kind of middle range of stocks, and you generally get some pretty good names in there as well, right? You don't need to go all the way to the junky kind of names. You can kind of look at that, right? Seeing some talk about CBRS. Oh, that was that IPO, was it? Yeah.
No,
Oh, that's an
well,
interesting one.
relatively. I mentioned this one yesterday. Before it was at like I think. Well, I mean before we left here. So let's give it like around let's say 232s. But continued to drive all day. 250 continuation for this one. Just put it on the watch. This one's competing with NVDA, right? And so people are starting to think that this one could start to make some chips to at least start to climb, right? You're talking about a very small competitor, but you know how that works, right? As the tide comes in, it lifts all boats.
Well, and some strategies, CBRX Crow's got the juice like on lock right away. Of course, there's this company's
what you
like
should
3
be
days
looking
old,
at.
and there's a leverage name.
Well,
But just again,
it's a nice one to watch, I think.
yeah, and some just known trading strategies for IPOs that have like actual provable statistical edge is, marking the open and the close of the IPO day and looking at those if we ever kind of get back in and through that, which, it's 311. It's not super far. It looks far on the chart, but like we talk about all the time, it's like 80% of companies undercut their IPO price in the first like 6 months to a year of trading, and the ones that go back up sometimes can be some pretty good trades if you can kind of get them back through that initial offering price. What was the like you want to avoid these ones that just fall completely apart, and it just makes for a pretty interesting strategy. Like I know Circle a couple years
ARM
ago
is a
that was the
perfect
same.
example. Well, that one just went literally straight up from the IPO. But was good one that dipped and ripped. I mean, Coin did
Yeah,
that,
so
right?
an ARM is a great example. Yeah, so here's your IPO price. Next day was up, and then just it's kind of looking close, right? If you look at this
Yeah.
chart, it's kind of looking similar to that Cerberus. It spent, a little bit undercutting that price, and when it came back through, if you just bought it through that IPO price, that would have been right here at 50, and then there she goes, and it makes for simple. You think of it like an ORB kind of trade, like an opening range break
Exactly.
trade, except for trying to figure out what uh, you don't have any data to go off of. So you pick these prices. Some will do like the high of the IPO day. Some will do the actual like offering price before it went public. But it just makes you're just drawing a line in the sand. You're saying, okay, above this, I want to own it. Below this, I'm out. And it just makes for again an easy trades are the best trades, even if they're not the most profitable one. They're just easy.
Doesn't look bad at all. I think we'll see what happens here. We'll be looking to see what happens there. Let's go ahead. Let's go to Jane. Let's bring on Jane. Let's see what she's looking at into the market. How we doing, Jane? It's good to have you back on. How you doing in the competition?
I hold on. It's saying that I'm trying to leave the page, but I'm not trying to leave the page. EV Mux is trying to kick me out. Please do not. I understand. All right, perfect. I am here.
You can stay. You're allowed.
Thank you. So kind, so kind. You know what? Yesterday was a packing chaos day. I dealing with closing stuff and that sort of stuff. So unfortunately, I have not started that aspect, which could be in my benefit, right? That could be in my benefit to be waiting in the sidelines for the amazing move. That guy that proceeded and moved forward, it could be a gal too, that moved up 300%. That's it. I think that's all they need to do for this competition. And likely they're going to succeed many times. Sometimes people give back the profits. And if that person just sits, they might be sitting pretty all the way to the end. Right now, looking at the market as a whole, I am seeing that they have moved their positions a bit on SPXS and also on SQQQ. We saw that on the Qs, they did move. Let's put it on over here too. Sorry, got a lot of stuff going on over here. Boom, let's go to the Qs here. All right, so 71061 is where they moved their bigger money level over here. And that was on the 20th of May. They have now changed their level on the Qs. Does not mean that they are selling yet, but they moved their SQQQ level to 4276. So we're up here. They did test it. This is a 6-hour chart, not a daily chart. So we can see they tested the 4276 level and rejected it. On the Qs, they hit. Hey guys, do you remember what is this EMA? That is my 33 exponential EMA. Why do I have it on? Because it works, right? It works. They bounced on the Qs. Also for the SPY. They have also bounced on the SPY. Wait, oh my goodness. What EMA is it that they bounced off of? Yes, the 33 exponential moving average. And on SPXS, they have moved their level to 2769, right over here, just below yesterday's close. So they are pulling it back down, potentially to a support level to fake those shorts out, only to have people sell, get into short positions, and rip this higher. I am seeing that, yes, we did see the drawdown, excuse me, on Apple. Right now, I've got a Mag 7 that I check every single day. This morning, we had 4 down. We still do have 4 down. 4 up, 3 down. That's a 57% chance right now that we are looking to continue to higher if we stay in this momentum. Not seeing these sell signals yet across the board. I know Friday panicked a lot of people. However, big money will do that to fear people into selling so they can buy. Right now, they have not changed their bigger positions across the board. They could be positioning for later on, like Mitch was saying, with the FOMC meeting coming up next Wednesday. Right now, we are with the Trading World Championship, so definitely make sure that you get in on that for your second chance ability. I am so excited to see the leader at the end of this. And right now, seeing some great opportunities. I do have a lot of lower floats on my list for the day. AAOI, FCEL, Fuel Cell, and BNAI. 3 movers today that are less than 100 million. 2 that are right at 50 million or less. So some great volatility, some great potentials for profits. And it's always finding that alpha stock that is moving against the trend. Also looked off of Trump's tweet saying, hey, don't go LED. Those waves are bad. Go incandescent. There are 2 names to watch for that, or 2 tickers.
Oh, LED.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
I know, right? AYI is one, and the bigger money is down at 289.48. So below us, this is a nice little discount. Maybe we're going to touch 294 and bounce off of that 33 again. And the other one is EMR, right? So EMR, I want to say it's Emerson. And that one has the bigger money just above EMR, not EMER. And that has the bigger money just above at 141. So looking to see if these names are going to get a lift like we've seen from his other tweets.
I like the Emerson play. I don't know about too much about incandescent over LED, but
I was about to say, I really like this OLED chart. This is
doesn't really make sense, but
OLED has something like 1,000 trademarks for LEDs in itself. So that one, that's a lot of where their lift came from in the past.
They could kick puppies for a living, right? We know. I don't care what they do. I just look at what I like what OLED does. Got this clean support that it did that little undercut. 2 days ago on Friday, it looked like it was going to break down, and then had a huge reversal day on really high volume. today. So I like this one, Jane. Thanks for bringing it to me. I'll probably just I don't know, do a call spread or something on it, or just pick some up. The beauty again with these trades, it's like IVG, you have to buy them when people hate them. Owl was a great one to buy when everyone was hating, that kind of thing. And just the same thing, you look for it's just a failed breakdown, right? Everyone in the world's looking for a breakdown. If that breakdown doesn't happen, then great, goes, right back up. So, and then you've got just a tight risk reward, right? So I'll be buying it probably around 90. Stop will be around 85. So I'll be risking $5 a trade. Could easily get to 100. So that's double your risk. Could easily get to 110, which is 4 times your risk. So these are decent little trades. And they've been working, like this year in particular, they've been working amazingly. Just take the other side of the masses.
All right, traders, like Michael says, take the other side. But what about second chances? Let's talk a little bit about second chances. As of course, right now, traders, did you know there's an offer that even your broker isn't giving you? Right? Well, from June 8th to June 25th, the Trade the Pool is giving the first-time users an exclusive second chance opportunity. If this is your first time joining Trade the Pool and you don't pass the evals, well, Trade the Pool will give you another evaluation account completely free. That's right, a real second chance to come back stronger and prove yourself. So this is the one-time exclusive promotion available only during, of course, our Trading World Championship event. And once it's gone, guys, it is gone. I can tell you, Trade the Pool, and I've tried to push for more promotions like this in the past. They're not the biggest fans of it. Why? We believe in the value that we're delivering you guys. So the clock is ticking. Click the hub link right now in the description. Join Trade the Pool. And of course, secure your second chance opportunity. This is an exclusive offer before it disappears. For all you guys that are already a part of it, well, guess what? We'll just talk about the Trading World Championship. But for the first time users, don't miss out right now.
Cool.
All right, let's get back to the action. We'll take a look at what's going on in the competition. I'll be diving into the competition throughout, especially at the open, looking at the biggest positions. I can show even the charts of where they're in. We'll go deeper into these, right? We'll take a look at them. So get ready for that action as we kick off. I'll be able to pull that up. You guys will also see their positions in the bottom right-hand corner. I'll bring up the chart and everything to kind of show it throughout. And of course, we'll still have some trading action going on with our own trading action, right? So we'll get to that action, guys. Get ready for the bell. It's 9:24, getting ready for it here. Of course, today we'll be watching to see what happens. Can we continue the rally, right? And then, of course, big action in the economic space really kicks off tomorrow as we kick further into the action of this week, right? We'll get CPI this week. We'll also get Oracle earnings that are going to be massively important. Another thing to look at is what happens to kind of the treasury yields and the VIX. Can it stay underneath that 20? That's what happened yesterday. That I think is a good watch to watch for today. All right, we'll see what happens in some high flyers. What's the action going on right now? What are you guys looking at in the space? Anybody got a top play of the day for them? Today, I'm just riding the Marvell overnight trade. We'll see if that can kind of hang on there. Marvell holding on right now. Can it rip above the 300? That's what I'm looking for in my swing. And it could be something that you can be day trading, right, in the competition account. We'll see if it gets going here, trying to break above that 300 right before even 9:30. So I wouldn't mind a runaway trade where it runs now, right? USAR, another big position that I have in the swing account. We'll see if this can kind of work out, guys. This is one that I'm looking to see a reversal right back up after 3 or 4 days of weakness. Can we get that bounce, right? We'll see what happens. Like Michael says, sometimes you got to buy when everybody else is throwing up, right? Well, we'll see what happens there. Just know, like always, what's your risk to reward and what's your trading plan? What is the trading plan that you guys are watching today? Jane, Michael, anybody got one?
Yeah, well, I've got AAOI. Oh, sorry, Michael. Ladies first. I'm taking over.
Always. That's a good one. You've been talking about this one for a while.
Yeah, I've been talking about AAOI. It has been... All right, let me hit the share screen here.
This is what I call a steady Eddie type of stock. It's just steady.
I just killed it.
No worries, no worries. I have it
killed
up
it.
for
It
just a
asked me to
second
share
here.
when then it shares. All right, here we go. Formally sharing. So AAOI, we've got this nice wedge that has been moving over here. It's been moving up, bounced off of the 50 simple. We are above the bigger money. Yes, they did have some insiders selling, and we are above those levels. So insiders sold 200 and 205, which is sort of this downward trend zone. We had the first day closing of a trading day above that level, or sorry, we're starting above today and looking for this to continue to the upside. My shorter term target is 245. And when you back it out on a longer term chart, you look at it on a weekly, we've got a 1, 2, 3, 4. We are into the fifth leg. The third leg was 155 with that spike up to 233. So we could see this, in my opinion, later move up to the 345 zone. So I think there's a lot of opportunity here. This one is less than 100 million in the float, 75 million in the float. But I also want to talk about GLW. So GLW today, Corningware, has 65% short volume today. And we have seen that it has already moved up 2% on the day. So looking for this to continue to move to the upside. That does no good right there. It is pulling back a little bit right now, but looking for this to have a surge to the upside when we pull it out on a bigger time frame. We can see that it is somewhat testing that trend right there. So I'd say up above 195, we're going to get a nice squeeze if we can get there. That is the wait for that higher probability break level. Then that fuel is going to come in if those shorts are continuing to be squeezed. How about you, Michael?
I'm bringing back the hangover short account and focus. I got inspired. We were talking about the Market Wizards book that came out in the first chapter. I listened to this morning. I did my walk the dog and workout thing, listened to it. And it was that Quagamali. I'm gonna butcher that, but dude turned $5,000 into 100 million, and a couple
Nice.
Yeah.
setups that he talked about, and this was one of them. So he talked about, right, never short day one, which makes sense based off a lot of the things that we're seeing. And he would just had something that he described that sounded pretty much exactly like Kevin's hangover short. So I'm going to start tracking those a little bit more because I think it's one awesome advantage of trade the pools. We can short anything we want. So it's I have started, and I'll go through all of this in a little later before the market opens. But I have a nightly process now where the AI wakes up and it finds all the crazy movers from the day before and makes a list and writes them for me and keeps track of them for 3 to 5 days. But it's one of those reasons I just love that particular series of books, because you just listen to how some dude made a ton of money, and maybe something you can take. 2 of those 3 setups I wasn't too interested in. One of them was kind of like, oh, that might be really good in conjunction to kind of what I normally do. So that's one thing I'm watching here is this. So that'd be INHD, and then I also found your SUNE as well for potential fades. So I got to take those, and I'm gonna test them and all that kind of stuff, and start playing with them here. So it's good.
I would also
So,
look at BNAI today for that. That has a nice move to the upside, and the bigger money is up above at 23.76.
Ding, 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 ding. It's time to take it to the challenge. It's the Trading World Championship. The question is, who's winning the round today? Let's get after it, traders. Let's see who's out there making some big trades and getting after the money. Well, let's see what happens out there, guys. Get after it, guys. It's time to go trading. Let's see what we can do today.
so far we're kind of muted. Just initial open. Right, everything is kind of holding. We have RSP up 0.5%. We got IWM up over 1%. That thing's actually rallying right from the open here, where the SPY and the Qs just aren't yet. So just like we talked about in the morning, seems to be a focus there on kind of the small cap, that type of thing. 90-day T12 halt on NAHD. Well, there we go. So that won't trigger today then.
90 days. Whew.
Well, QMMM is still not opened after all this time, which is just insanity.
That sounds like fun.
Yeah, I think it's 7 months now this thing's been halted for, which, yeah, not ideal. Not ideal. IWM, new highs again. So this thing's continuing to go there. So just make sure you're focused. If you got anything in that small cap space, that's looks like it's going to be the place. I heard back from my rep about SpaceX, and he thinks there's a good chance I'll get my allocation, but I have to wait, I guess, until Friday morning to see. But that will be fun. I think that will make for some good content. It won't be, trade the pool. You'll be able to buy and short it on day one, which is great. I asked for a lot of it because I just think at least I'll be able to dump some on the opening price for a little bit. I think I'm asking for like 1,000 shares. So we'll see. That will be really cool if we get it. So stay tuned Friday. We're usually not on Friday, but this Friday we may be, because we've got that biggest IPO of all time coming out. IWM still going here. Look at this. Holy. Okay, we're getting this now, and the Qs are just kind of flat.
Getting
SPY a little bit of a break.
little pullback
Qs
there, Marvell
down.
out the gates. So big pullback there. You're getting that washout again, guys. Tech trade is washing out at least to begin with here. So we'll see if it turns, but definitely seeing that some washout there. Semiconductor equipment stocks seem to be the area holding on. AMKR, nice trade there as it rebounds.
Can you hear this pit bull snoring? Does my mic pick this up? She is cranking on one back there. I'm gonna have to go wake her up in a second.
No, you're good. You don't pick it up.
No, don't hear it.
Okay.
You're clear.
I was like, holy smokes. But yeah, the Qs, like, look, the IWM's now up 1.5%, and just look at this bar, this 5-minute bar right off the open, just absolutely ripping. And then the Qs there are falling. So it's the rotation. It's maybe we cool it on large cap tech for just a little bit, and then we go right back into small caps, which we saw that little first sign on Friday, where Friday was an ugly market if you were in some of these tech names. And if you were looking at kind of the average stock and you were looking at small caps, they were still down, but they held much better. And it seems like more continuation of that, right? This is what a bull market is. It's this sector rotation. It's intra-sector. You'll see it on market cap. Sometimes they'll just favor small caps versus large caps, that type of thing.
What do you see leading?
He's got to stick and move.
Industrials and healthcare. We're talking about the sectors too often.
Yeah.
Right.
That's
and it's not even small caps. I mean, you got big companies there. There's not just small caps. I mean, it's the whole sector.
They're not going to be big enough to affect the indexes. I think is the best way to put it, right? Where, John Deere is going to be like the 300th company in the S&P 500. Whereas if you think about what industrial companies are, they're going to be a lot of small factories and things like that, and they're going to do very, very well in that kind of brain. I can grab you guys a pie chart. There's a pretty cool pie chart that shows the sector breakdown. I was going to say grab it, but why would I grab it? I'm just going to ask my little AI assistant to make one for me. Sometimes I forget these things exist, and I find myself like Googling things, and I'm like, what am I doing?
Yeah, just speak to it.
Of the IWM. There. So we'll see. This will be maybe part of the course if it happens. I just go build me a pie chart of the sector breakdown of the IWM, and it's away she goes. But yeah, we're continuing up there in IWM. RSP is doing pretty decent as well. A good kind of opening 5-minute candle there. IWM really, really strong. SMH down from the open. Qs down from the open. Silver down from the open. Oil down from the open. And then some of these other areas like healthcare is doing okay. Not nearly as good as small caps, but doing just okay. Here we go.
And what's interesting is the dollar is also down now. I've seen that they have been buying it, but right now, it's down from close yesterday. However, we are having a rebound moment. So maybe that's the reversal point. That's the top for the gold and silver for the day, and it's just going to get worse from here. We'll see.
All right, so getting mentions in the chat. Just one question in the chat here. Do you guys look at small caps? Yes, and we'll be watching all over the market. Also, we have some I would call them experts in the chat, right? That always are on top of these names. Look for some help also there. And I do have a scanner for them. I can give you CHAI up 300% on the day, AZI up 262, AHMA up 200, SLGB up 148. PAV up 139. So there are some names that are up big. FAC up 97%. So definitely having that small cap type of day. Just mentioning,
Jesus.
yeah, I'm not making this up. There's all these names, right?
Well, just this.
CHAI was up to like $6 this morning, and then just came right back down. So who knows where these things go.
BNAI for the short there, Michael, for your hangover short.
Yeah, well, first, right, just to finish that thought, this is we're talking small caps and what makes up the small caps. You can see right here. So the largest sector inside small caps is industrials at 18%, and then 17% healthcare, 17% financials. So if you take those industrials, healthcares, financials, that's like the largest. So why has the IWM or small caps been underperforming the market is because information technology, IT is the fourth largest sector as opposed to these three. That's why when you have days where tech sells off, but industrials and everything rally, small caps are the way to look, because this is just the breakdown here. And then the rest is just like a hodgepodge of random stuff. But yeah, I was just laughing at this FHC because in the post market, it went from $13 to $140 and then back. And then in the pre-market, it went up to $50 and then back again. So it's like if you look at the percentage return, that tells you one thing, but make sure you're focusing on the pre and post market chart on this one. That's just ludicrous what's going on there in this one. It's just an insane thing, just crazy mover. But yeah, it's just a breakdown. And the beauty, so I gave you the prompt. I went to Perplexity and said, give me a sector breakdown of this. And you can do that if you're wondering why one sector is moving and one isn't. You can look it up yourself, or you can just ask your AI friend and it will just go and it just built that chart in 2 seconds. So you don't need to guess what's in there. MAGS breaking yesterday's high. I think that's interesting to note there. Underperforming overall, Mag 7, but just cracked through yesterday's high. So we got something moving in there. I don't know which one it is. Apple, Tesla. Yeah, Tesla's ripping. That's part of it. Tesla's almost above that sell-off candle. That's one to watch.
Yeah, Tesla and Meta were the leaders this morning. Right now, we've got Amazon at 2.1, Tesla at 2.0, Google 1.9, and Meta at 1.2. So those four are leading the way. They were also up on the day earlier this morning. So continue to 57% chance for us to move up.
Talk really dragging my swing is Marvell. Marvell just dumping out the gates there today. Was up big this morning at 5 a.m. Needed to be up. The bot would have been up. It would have been selling. I was a little asleep. I was sleeping in today, and it happens. It costs you sometimes.
I'm telling you,
it costs you sometimes. Because I was up like 400 this morning. Is just I was asleep, man. I was up late coding last night, so. That coding life, you know how it is, especially when you're like working like multiple apps at the same time. You're just like, I have one cloud going over here. I got another cloud going over here. I'm working some project up here. It was multitasking type of night.
It's inspiring.
I felt like the cat meme.
We need a cat meme with your head on it. Yes. In front of a computer. There you go. Yeah. All right, go ahead. Yeah. Create it.
That's how the small cap traders be right now. They're just tapping away, just execute, because I see a lot of execution going on out there. I do see someone up 3,000 up on INHD. So I will mention that one. Hit that subscribe button if you're not subscribed already. Like always, guys, you guys see it light up down there. Hit that right now and hit the subscribe, hit the likes. Let's keep going.
So that's interesting. So that INHD, what happens to the traders? Because we're allowed to swing in the World Cup, but that's not coming back until the World Cup's over. So how does that? You just, I guess, mark to market at
is it locked profits or is prices? It swinging?
I have no idea how that works because I don't run the rules.
I was about to say we
but
need the ref. We need some guy in a ref costume to come in and tell us,
I
because
don't
these are,
know.
and it's a problem. You build these competitions and you try to imagine every available situation, and then just some company rips a couple 1,000% and just disappears for 6 months. So it's like, what do
Well,
you do?
what's the truth, right?
know?
You don't have realized profits, you have
You
unrealized profits, and you're stuck.
know?
What would happen in your
And
real account?
Well,
You're
it would just
stuck.
show whatever the
You're
unrealized amount
stuck.
is
So
until it
guess
opened.
what?
And
In my eyes, you're stuck. No win. I'm sorry. You
well,
can't
we
you can't
know
win if it's unrealized.
we
Yeah,
know
it
the
has to be
probability
realized.
of coming out of this halt at the same price it entered or higher is really low. If you're halted
Yeah.
because like the SEC's like poking around your company, you're not opening up way up here, right? Your people are hitting
Yeah.
that sell button the moment they
Like-
can. So that opening price is going to be much, much lower.
Like the fun part in Willy Wonka Chocolate Factory right at the end when he looks at him, he's like, "You lose, you lose."
Yeah, that'll be an interesting that'll be an interesting one. We'll have to bring that to the powers that be and see what they think.
Yeah, that's
I'm
just
kind
how
of
it
with
goes,
you
man.
that right, you
That's just how
cannot
it goes.
utilize
I
that
will
buying
tell
power if it
you,
was in a real account.
the true leaders of the competition up 126, 114, and 86. They're hiding in the pigeonhole. So you got a chance to catch up, traders. They are hiding out there. They want their money. They're hiding at the top. So if you want to take them out, you need 126,000 at the very minimum right now, because it doesn't look like he's trying to trade. And he made his money, and he's all out. There's not a single working order there. There's not a single order that is set up today. I'm sure he's if it was real money, he'd be out there on the cruise somewhere. That's what I would do.
That's right.
Make that type of trade. Go grab a Starlink and grab a pina colada.
It was funny, again, to go back to the book this morning when he was interviewing Qualamari. He's like, why have your last like 4 or 5 years, the returns have really gone down? And the dude was just like, I bought a yacht. He's like, I got to $100 million and I just don't. He's like, so I make,
I
dude
just
makes
live
decent
life.
returns now. And he's like, so his quote, which I loved, was, in the beginning, I was working 68 hours a week and I was what was it, trading to live? And then the other
Trading
way
to
around
live.
now, or
Living
living
to
to
trade,
trade
yeah.
versus trading to live. And I was like, that's a great quote. He
100%, man.
just straight up said, I said, I'm not risking enough to make 1,000, because a couple of these years he made 1,000% plus gains. He's like, I'm just not doing. He's like, what? It's like, how much more, kind of do I need, type of thing. And I'm like, oh, that's a very good way to put it, right? He didn't, to take
This
that
is
step
what-
back, I think would be hard,
Yeah, this is what drives me crazy when I see guys like Elon Musk, right? I'll tell you right now, if I was Elon Musk, there's no way in hell I'm running any company. I'm going to the Pina Colada factory and I'm enjoying it. If anything, I'm doing like, nice charitable work, working with kids, working with, people that
Yeah,
are
you
trying to like,
write, paint, create something.
Exactly, right? Something beneficial for the world. But dude, I don't understand these guys that have literally all the money and then all the money for their kids and then they're still working. It's like, why are you working, dude? But
Well,
yeah,
because
don't
they-
make.
I want to keep their brain going.
But
It's
this
a
is the key, Jane, is that you don't want to make what you do your purpose, right? Because then it becomes your attachment to, like, let's say like trading, right? Our trading purpose usually is, we enjoy this. It's a fun game. Like Michael and I, you, Jane included, has played this game for a long time. And it's fun. It brings a lot of like feeling out. It makes you feel alive. But the truth is we all want wealth from our families, right? That's what we all want, right? And if we're going to attain wealth, part of that is understanding that we can't make the market be more important than that mission, than wealth for our families, right? And so the same way with you guys trading out there, make sure that you're not creating the actual trading action as the purpose, but your goals, right? And focusing on those. Right? Because I think that sometimes that's what happens to day traders often. They just get so addicted to trading that literally they make a really good trade, a trade that would jump their equity, like jump it, right? Like get a nice lift. And what do? They go into the next trade really big. right? Instead of what? Driving what is your focus, which is your wealth. You just did a huge equity wave up. If anything, you should slow it down on the next one, right? Instead, majority of traders hit the gas pedal way too fast, right? And then
Well, and
next thing
speaking
you
of the
know,
gas pedal, look at so IWM is now clean through Friday's highs. So it's completely wiped out that sell-off candle on Friday, up 2% now on IWM. So small caps ripping. Qs trying to catch up, just broke
trying to
out
bounce,
of highs
trying to
there,
bounce.
trying to.
Come back.
But you see,
Come on, Marvell.
well, and you see this is where I talk about the relative strength and how easy this is. You just look, what was Friday's high? If you're above that, you've just wiped out that whole move. And if you're not
Mhm.
above that yet, you're just trying to catch up. So if you look at something like the SPY, it's still pretty much halfway in the middle of this range. It's still working on that kind of shock event. But there on small caps, it just broke through. So if we can hold through this to me just looks like a really healthy kind of bull flag here in the small cap space. But if they keep ripping, you would expect everything to kind of slowly kind of catch its way up and slowly start to kind of march along with it, because that's interesting. And then quickly, again, this is a demo account. I'm playing with these hangover plays. INHD, I guess I'm not going to take a trade on, but SUNE actually triggered here to the short side. So this is the
There you
idea
go.
behind
Get
it.
it. Sunny.
Simple.
Get
And
that
I'm
sunny.
in AAOI from 199.19. I saw them flip their position. I've been watching it, and yeah, nice.
Small cap running,
love the
small cap
runs on
runner, AZI, small cap runner of the day, already gone through one halt, just was up at 6, pulled back to 5 and below, now reloading on the 9 EMA, trying to get back above 6. AZI, what are your small cap leaders out there? Now the leader. In my scanner there, it puts it to 400% there, and it's trading 75 million shares. We can go to it. This is another one, AHMA, but the big thing about this one, only 17.6 million shares traded. So I usually like to see at least a 10 million share count. 17 still gets it over that, but really 30 million is really where you're starting to see some liquidity, right? And so AZI is one name that stands out to me, and CHAI, but that one's been on the downturn all morning. So I really don't just jump at that one, right? I go and I look at the one that's kind of holding in, AZI, one of those names holding in this morning. Arnak, another one. There's some small cap movers, man. That one name woke up the whole industry, and like I mentioned plenty of times, when one name starts it starts to become a party, and I think that's what you're seeing right now. And you mentioned the small caps, right, moving with IWM, so it kind of aligns itself, right? When the IWM does well, maybe that's just your signal for small caps, right, Michael? Maybe that's something that we need to test. When are
Well,
these
and
small
we
caps
also
moving? Maybe
we were talking
aligned with
about
the IWM.
industrials being the major part. XLI is also ripping higher. We've got Caterpillar, GE, GEV, Raytheon, RTX, at Boeing, Eaton, Union Pacific, Deere. So we've got a lot of strong names that are moving to the upside as well. That, hey, that's the reason why we see IWM ripping.
Yep.
Well, and look at XLI versus the SPY, right? So XLI barely downticked during the pullback that we had in the market. It barely moved at all, and now not only is it above Friday's high, it's above most recent highs that are out there. And this chart's looking pretty close to a breakout. So that's the area that I think that's the most interesting to me, is this XLI industrial space.
All right, starting to see a pretty much green light across the board from the open. Now industrials up 1.5. Yes, you heard that right. Metal Fabs leading that. ATI is your top name there. I've talked about trucking. Now airlines getting the move, of course. That moves just with the oil move. Look at UAL today. Look at Delta today, right? This is why I've been watching the industrials. And this is also why I've been saying that the oil move's going down regardless of what's going out in the media, because these stocks don't lie. Right, the industrial stocks know more than even, let's say, like the average, let's say, any money manager, right? Because these companies are literally in the woodworks, right? Like you won't see a trucking industry break out to the upside if oil is going to come back above 100 a barrel. That just doesn't make sense, right? They would not make that type of move. You're seeing the railroads move in the right direction. You're seeing steel move in the right direction. You're seeing rental and leasing moving in the right direction. What does that show you? Business appetite. Business appetite only goes away when oil's too high, right? But as soon as that appetite starts coming back in, boom, you're seeing the takeoff. There was a mention for Micron. Yes, Micron's pulling back right now. Pretty much tech is being your drag right now. That's what's not giving the real lift off. But if you look at the sector overall, you're still seeing that lift. So what do you need to do? Just need to make sure that you're in the right area. Semiconductor equipment, electronic components doing well. That's going to be your APH, your Bloom Energy up 7% already today. So just to mention names like that, find your relative strength. It's holding well. And electronic component names doing well. That would make me watch like FLNC also, and which is also doing well. Just mentioning some names out there. Bloom Energy. Will that keep going? Look at that chart.
Yeah.
That's a buy program.
The leaders for the Qs too. We've got Shop also up 5% today. We've got Clack up 6%, helping to lift it up. Besides the Mag 7 having the reversal.
Yeah, IGV.
For sure. And also it was with the Mag 7 that they have their positioning at 66.57 on Mags. So if you check out Mags and you look at that, you'll see, okay, so we were hanging out. They positioned at 66.57. They pulled it back to the 33 EMA on the SPY, on the Qs, on the SQQ, SPXS, and Mag 7, and now they're bouncing it above. So was that being greedy, or is that selling off to position for a bigger move to the downside for the Mag 7? Right now, I'm seeing that this is a sell-off fake out to rip people with the shorts and move the market higher up to new highs again in June, which statistically, have we ever had a top in June? No, we haven't.
Oh.
So this is just continuing to move higher. In my opinion, it was the shakeout for those that have fearful pockets.
It's kind of moved back and forth, right? I think that's what we're seeing, a lot of shift in the rotation. So make sure you're rotating in the right areas.
Yeah, and that's what I wanted to bring up here. So you look at semiconductors here, and you look at names like Micron. Even today's candle, you can see that we have a little doji forming here on SMH, and of course with that you're going to see the same thing with like Micron, right? It's actually down from the open, so far showing pretty significant relative weakness to IWM that's now up almost 2.5%. It doesn't mean that they can't rotate back at some point, but again, this is what healthy markets should do. The concept behind this is pretty simple, in which somebody's made a whole bunch of money in Micron. A lot of people have made a whole bunch of money in Micron. Hopefully, right? You're not the one buying up at 1,000. You're the one buying 500 or lower. Those people are going to have to just think of it as like a rebalance. So say you have a portfolio of stocks out there. You're a hedge fund manager or investment advisor or whatever, and you're managing some guy's wealth. And you notice that, holy smokes, Micron's now like a third of his entire net worth just because the thing's rocket so hard. Well, you rebalance, and you rebalance by selling down some of the Micron, and then that cash you raise, you go and you buy other sectors of the market that you think are interesting. And that's that's what we're seeing here, is and where we're getting this rotation that's going through. And it is perfectly normal, perfectly healthy. It's exactly what you want to see. And the fact that they're going from semiconductors into something like small caps is super encouraging, because if they went from semiconductors to gold, or if they went to semiconductors to cash, then you'd go, okay, people are preparing for some sort of economic calamitous event, but they're just going from one risky asset to another risky asset. It means that they're still feeling risk on. They're still feeling bullish about what's going on in the market. They are just like, okay, I'm a little bit too heavy over there, so I'm going to lighten it up a bit, and I'm a little too over here. So like Oscar is a perfect example for myself. Huge rip yesterday. I took out a chunk of my position only because I looked down and I'm like, this random healthcare company, I know nothing about it, is like a significant amount of my net worth is in this company just because it's gone up so much. So I did a little rebalancing. I sold a little bit of that, and then I just reallocated into some of my other systems and things like that. And it's the same thing that happens. So as long as that's going from risky asset to risky asset, we're set. I'm not going to chase the thing that's already up 1,000%. I'm going to try to look skate where the puck's going, as the Canadians say.
All right, traders, let's go take a look at a little promo here, and then we'll get towards our leaderboard. All right, traders, let's take a look here and see what's going on. We can go to the all together, but we'll trade the pool. We know who's leading. There you guys see it right now. First place up 300%. Shout out to you. Definitely killing the trade there.
That's not my name.
Oh, what's going on, Jesse? How we doing,
Oh.
man?
Did you misspell it
jump
again?
scared the shit out of me there. Holy smokes. I was looking over here for a second.
All of a sudden,
You're
a new
like,
voice was speaking.
Who's in the room? Who's in the room with me?
Whoa.
Oh, no,
What's,
I have headphones on.
Yeah, I live in the middle of the woods and I'm alone. Like, get ready to fight someone.
That's dangerous.
Hello, how are you doing?
Hello, doing pretty well. Good morning, guys and gal.
So can
Jane, good to see you.
Great day, great day. Hey, I don't take any offense to it.
Okay.
Can we check the holdings of the winner? Is that possible, or are we still working on that?
Yeah,
Wasn't that IHND? They
it's not
locked
moving.
it. I thought they
Yeah,
did.
that's it.
That's
INHD, they're not
cash.
making trade. They're not making trades.
Be the
Either
one
of these
and
three.
done.
Either
But
of
are
these
they
three
in?
guys.
But like, are they still in it, or are they in sitting
they're
there in
still
cash?
in.
Because
They're just sitting in cash. I
Ooh.
mentioned it. They're just sitting at the top.
okay.
And they want their money.
I don't blame them, man. If it
Why
was
would
me,
you do anything at this point?
you're laser
up
focused on the leaderboard.
126,000.
You
The
know?
second place is 114, and the third place is 86,000. These guys aren't going anywhere.
No.
Or at least for the time
right,
being,
that-
unless they trade. And right now, they're not taking a single tick. They haven't taken a single. They haven't put a working order in. So it tells me more and more they're not on. They're probably not on. They're on their other accounts and trading them. So what does that mean? You guys need to catch up. You need to take swings. I'm sorry. You can't hide at the
I was
bottom.
going to say, like, number 2 is I'd like only
number
only
2.
25%
No,
away.
no.
Like,
Michael, there's no such thing as number 2 and 3. I don't know how you were raised. I only believe in first place.
well, that's what I'm saying.
You're
is, like,
either
that guy
first
could
place
catch up,
or you're the
right?
next
So
loser.
He's got a big cushion
you're the
now,
biggest
and
loser.
it's-
Like the show.
So that number 2, you should be looking at him. He said, well, it's only 25%. That's, and he's already tripled his account. So that should be able to go through and go, okay, no, right? Like let's start
shots.
doing it, take a shot. You could get number 1, and then
Take a
maybe that
shot.
number 1 guy is just watching. And as long as people are far behind, he could just sit there and refresh all day and not take a trade until it happens. But yeah, that's the interesting thing that I'm seeing is that if I was number 2, I'd be taking swings. Say, listen, I can catch this guy.
Well, yeah, number 2, you can
know?
definitely do it. You're only down 12,000, right? So you can definitely take the shot there. We'll see what happens. The champion right now is doing pretty well, guys. You guys can take a look into the action, right? Join the arena. We'll see what happens. The only thing I'm asking is where the heck are you guys? Where
Well,
the heck
I'm
are
not
you
1, 2,
guys?
or 3. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, and I'm not in it
Oh.
at the moment because I was in packing.
I don't see
Packing
beat up
chaos,
beat
but-
boop Michael Noss. Beat up beat boop Michael Noss. I don't see that. So
Yeah, I didn't.
that
I don't think I have.
RTD2.
I don't think I have an account. I've been looking.
Bye for now.
Oh,
I need
bye,
to reach
Jane.
out. Oh, later, Jane.
See ya.
Yeah, because the account that I thought I had for this competition that I've been taking trades in, nothing's showing
Michael,
up,
I was
so gotta
telling
get
you
that
all last
sorted.
week. Sign up.
I
Sign up.
know. figured like
Michael
working
was saying
here,
it
I'd
too.
have an account. Yeah, spending my time telling you guys to sign up instead of signing up myself.
All right, hold on. We're bringing him to the back.
Pops
All right,
Mafia
guys.
wants to know, what did they invest in? Can we
We mentioned INHD. It's one ticker,
Invest.
guys.
Yep, that's
Um,
it.
Yeah.
NHD, that's the one.
It's INHD, guys. It's a
Invest.
trade that we talked about. It's a monster trade. So what do you need to be looking? You need to be looking at like this AHMA that's moved 173%. PAVS that's just been rocketing the last like 15 minutes. PAVS is just up there to 625s. It's right back down to 525s. And don't forget, you don't need to make it all in one trade, right? You could just be bang in, bang out, wait your 30 seconds, right? Pass your rules and just keep going, right? There's no reason why you can't be that type of trader with this type of account, right? So just do what you can do, guys. Get after it and see what happens. Another one that I'd mention is FAC, but that one's really thin, but could move, right? I don't know what the heck is going on with this company. I will mention that.
This chart is nuts.
It's beyond me, the chart, but hey, if it might be
Just
beyond
crazy.
me, but it might be just you. It might just right for you, right? Hey, we'll see what happens out there, guys. Hasn't been a great day for me in the swing account. Got a hit there on Marvell. Should have just taken the money and ran at the 5 a.m. This is how it goes sometimes. You snooze, you lose. And I hit the snooze button once too many times this morning. So
Too much
hey,
Claude. Too much
Yeah.
Claude.
Okay, so this is
beat up beat boot 2 should have been working for me.
the SPAC merger was part
the
of it. So they
SPAC
de-SPAC'd
merger. There you go.
US
Good old
based
SPACs
solid
are
state
back, baby.
battery company backed by global automakers.
Oh, I like that. So you're pretty much talking your QS competitor, your QuantumScape competitor.
so
FAC.
tiny
Let's see
float.
if- Oh, this thing could rocket
$1.3
today.
billion in equity values. So, yeah, Factorial Energy debuted in public markets Monday through a SPAC merger with Celestin Growth, blah, blah, blah. Focused on solid-state batteries technology. Its investors include Mercedes-Benz, Stellantis, Hyundai, and Kia, as well as InQtel, a nonprofit entity in the U.S. or the United States National Security Community. Ooh. So yeah, so it's the hotness, the hot name du jour. This is just crazy. So this must have been like the de-SPAC moment. That is just FYI, in case you can't see the axis on the chart. This is $10. That's 130. So it's gone from 10 to 130 down to 20 and then up to 50 and then down to 20 again. So, right, that's what's going on.
If you want to make money, though, it'll move. The question is, is it going to move up or down?
It'll go one way or the other.
Jesse, which one will it be, dude?
That's what I'm always trying to figure out. I'm always trying to figure that one out. That's why I'm reading all the Market Wizard books.
This is one of those that, like, I won't touch it. And because I won't touch it, this thing's probably going to 60 right now. So it's one of those. It's one of those types of charts, right? But you can see it. It woke up right there. It's already up, like on the offer about $1. I don't know if that was someone listening and starting to smash in, but we just went up like at least like 60, 70 cents on the offer there. It was tightening down, so you got your opportunity. When you see a wide spread and you see that tighten, it's usually giving you a chance to get in. Right? Because now you're seeing it. The key, though, get as close to the bid as possible, right? You see a tight spread, well, you can always put out the bid order, right? You don't need to jump on the offer, but always understand that when that offer jumps up, that's when it can get you, right? That's when you can go all of a sudden buy $1 away from the price, and all of a sudden you're like, whoa, it does the slightest move down on the next price, and you're like, man, am I caught wrong positioned?
Yeah.
And that's why I believe in ladder approaches. I feel like too many traders always put in all orders in just one spot. Personally, I think this is a trick for all traders out there to just put in your order at one spot. You separate your order, you're going to get a better average price. You're going to probably get a better entry. Too many traders think that they have like the perfect entry. They have the bottom pegged, so they take their full positioned in on that spot when they're not realizing more than likely they're still going to get an attempt that brings them slightly red. So if you set up your entry strategy a little bit lower than what you're really trying to get in, a lot of times subjectively we're getting in early and we're getting that hit. But if you do the ladder, you're going to get a better average, right?
WPF wrong with gold.
Is wrong with gold? Can you guys check it? I love gold. I love it. I love it. What's going on with gold? Gold is going down the dumpster.
Rock that doesn't do anything.
It's done. It doesn't provide any value. No, it's just for rich people's watches.
I showed you guys. I gotta go find the charts again, but I showed you guys the silver charts that predicted right after the crack what exactly would happen, and it's because silver has done this. Let me actually just get the charts, and silver and gold has done this a bunch of times before. Like, this isn't a new phenomenon in any way, shape, or form. So yeah, I'll bring this.
It's a classic move here. Here's another halter that's been halting. Just to mention, CCTG now up 987%. Just woke up, and it's just halt after halt after halt. Just want to mention that.
Right. If I told you that this was this year's move, you'd probably believe me. But this happened in 2011. Right. Big parabolic move up, it crashes, and then it chops around, and then slowly moves lower. And if you go just back on the chart, big parabolic move up in 2008, crashes, chops around for a while, moves lower. Right? This is the way she works. And right, it's one of those get in while the getting's good and then get out. Right? So we had the same thing in gold. I don't know if this ETF goes back much. Yeah, big parabolic move, crashes, grinds lower. Right? This is what happens in these. There's another one, right? Big parabolic move lower, 2020, crashes and moves lower. So just over and over and over again, this is just how commodities move. Is they do nothing for long periods of time, and I think that's the mode that we're in with silver and gold. And then they make incredibly parabolic, wild moves that you can make a whole bunch of money off of, and then you just completely ignore them and move on with your life until the next kind of breakout. This is why trend following in commodities works so well, is because trend followers are basically just saying, okay, let's mark the high here, like 450 or something in gold. If it breaks in GLD, if it breaks 450, I'm in, great. If it's in this kind of middling range, not doing anything, well, that's not a trend trade. That's not a turtle trade. It's not a breakout trade. And it could continue like this for a decade, and that sounds kind of hyperbolic, but that's what gold does. I think between the last two breakouts, it was like 12 years that it took place. So just don't get obsessed with these assets that just don't. Equities make sense if they go up over time because companies make more money over time. Companies get better at running. They build new technologies. Gold is just a inflation hedge, apparently, although it didn't go up when we had rampant inflation. It's a speculative asset. So it will go up when a lot of people want it, and then it will just do nothing for the rest of the time. So just make sure you're separating those in your brain, right? Equities should go up over time. The S&P 500 should go up over time. Gold should maintain a certain price for a long period of time until there's some sort of shock event that makes it move, and then go back to that baseline and just repeat that kind of over and over again.
Would you say, Michael, that
Q's take down, just to mention, it's going down fast.
Yeah, IWM, look at IWM holding right? That's all you needed today, right? Don't care about tech, care about small caps. What were you asking there?
I was just going to ask your thoughts on further thoughts on gold there. So is a more advantageous time to perhaps buy gold during that consolidation period when it's not spiking and going through the roof, when it sort of settles down again and it's just really not, it's boring? Is that a decent time then to potentially invest? Because you're going, hey, it's not going to go up maybe for, like you said, 10 years. Maybe it won't do anything, but it is just sort of boring. It's not doing much.
Then you got to look at the opportunity cost side of it. Like, what could you be doing with your money that generates, like, if you want to buy something boring,
sure,
I'd rather do like a Coca-Cola or, an Apple or something that's going to pay decent dividends, going to buy back its stock, that kind of stuff.
You want to do
Like
something
Berkshire
boring.
Hathaway, right? Yeah,
but
buy something with a big fat dividend. But with gold, you're not. So this is, the long period of time where it does nothing. You're not getting paid at all. There's no kind of economic benefit to doing it. And then all of a sudden you get the breakout. So if you just look at this chart, if you bought every breakout and then just ignored it when it was in the ranges, these are like insanely profitable trades. That's how I would approach all commodities, because if I'm going to sit in something for years and have it not potentially do anything, well, I'm just going to sit in it. And I'm going to sit in something that's going to just pay me just a little bit every now and then, right? So just give me something, a John Deere, a utility stock, whatever. Go from there, right? Even you could do gold miners, because I bet you a lot of gold miners out there, if you like the asset and you just want to hang out in it for a while, I bet you a lot of gold miners pay out something in dividends from the gold they're mining anyway.
Sure. Makes sense.
All right, guys. CCTG, one of those names that are high flying. PAVS, just going right back up. So.
Well, Mitch, earlier you mentioned Marvell dumping. I've been watching that one. That's one of the ones I've been watching this morning, and it's continued to dump. Unfortunately, we hit a new low of 273.
That's why you let it go. It's just frustrating, right? Because I was up 2 times on this trade overnight, and that's how it goes sometimes, right? With the overnight trades, they're fun to take, but also you kind of have to wake up.
You have to get up.
But I've been doing really well on those trades. It's just more, man, you kind of have to take them late into the night, like 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, while the Chinese Open's happening. Ride that momentum. What I like to see is what was happening at like 7:50, right before the market closes. A lot of times there's these scare moves, and then the 24-hour market's kicking off, and it's just completely going the opposite way of that scare. Right. So I that's an easy way to make money, because it's usually trend trading. It's like, you might lose on the first trade. Like, let's say, like I lost like a really quick trade on Micron short. Right. But then I started to see the trends holding. I started to see the Qs going higher. I started to see things lined up, Intel holding well. I said, well, where can I go and find something that isn't going? It was Marvell that hadn't been going. So then I bought that, and just selling into this morning move, which you more than likely can as long as you stay within the rules, right? Well, boom, there you go. You get a nice, easy trade with low liquidity when the market's barely kind of getting that shift, right? I'm starting to notice more and more that if I just traded in that overnight after hour session, I might just be profitable just doing that alone. The intraday is getting harder and harder. That's what I would say. And the reason why is that you're seeing more and more algorithms take control, right? And so with that being said, just be careful out there, guys, and test outside of regular hours. Stop only putting yourself within the windows of, I trade between 9:30 and 9:50. Right? I can't tell you how many traders tell me that, and I'm just like, okay, go buy a guru. Go buy a guru course. We'll wish you well. Come back in 2 weeks when you're telling me that you're frustrated.
Right.
Because that's just the way it is, man. If you try to pigeonhole yourself as a trader, it's never going to help you.
Yeah, I tried doing that for a little bit, and then it was like, no, I need to attempt lots of other different things. So I would go in the afternoon. I would try I started off pre-market. That's where I started at, and then it's kind of like understanding all those different time pockets and windows.
Look at that FAC; it is tanking fast. like this is the one that like would be a fun one to tackle and trade the pool, because normally you probably wouldn't be able to get into this trade, right? Like it went straight into that hole down 10-15% fast, right? So this could be one that maybe when it opens up again, you get a small pop to get short into, right? These are the type of trades in the competition account that can make you a really good amount of money, right? A stock that moves 15% in 6 minutes, right? That's going to help you, right? You want percentage movers if you're trying to win the account, right? That's just the truth. CCTG is up over 1,000% and now in a down hole. This is one of those crazy stocks, man.
Energy. So I don't know if this is breaking or not, but just tweeted by Bloomberg, China has just released released oil from its strategic reserve, and you can see oil
Wow.
just having a little bit of a come down there, trying to get that going. And then something about JP Morgan and AI, but I don't think that matters. You got any education lined up there? We're getting pinged if you got a segment on the go.
PAVS going to new highs. I just wanted to mention that one. I had just mentioned that one for you guys when it was at $6. It had come down to $5. Well, there's a new high, right? So I'm trying my best to keep these on your radars out there, because I know a lot of traders are trying to find the trades, right? Well, we mentioned already 2 or 3 names that have gone another 100-200% from this morning, right? So could you have flipped your account 30 to 60 or maybe even 90, right? I mean, you could have, right? So you can catch the leaders. Watch out there. A big wick on the Qs right there, guys. We'll see. We start to see some reversal, but big wick as it pulls back and then hits the 716. We'll see if we go further down there, and we can get to some education here. I'll get to it in just a second. Leaderboard updates every hour. Just to kind of mention out there for you traders out there to kind of tune in. We'll see when the next update is. All right, guys, get after it. Go get that money. Keep
Marvell
making that
continuing
cash.
to drop, continuing to fall. I was trying to take a trade in the challenge account, and for some reason I'm getting a message saying that it's not allowing me to. So I'm going to reach out to help desk.
Yeah. I think it said at the bottom, you're not cool enough, Jesse. I'm sorry, man.
Is that the problem? Okay, thank you.
Nah, man. Check your account numbers, right? Because that sometimes make sure that it's selected correctly, because that happens all the time. Don't be like me and look back and be like, oh, I have Marvell in another account. Oh, all right. Should just make sure. Another thing is look at the error code that you get at the bottom, right? That's important.
Yeah.
I think too many
that's
people,
what I'm looking at.
they get the block and then they're like, well, I didn't even look at the doc or the event log. Make sure you're checking out your event log. That's going to help you.
Yep.
It's gonna tell you also where the order went in too. So you can click the little I. The details tells you a lot more. It'll tell you the user, and that's the key, right? Like look at that user, look at the account, make sure that was correct, right? You got to click on the little I though for that window to pop up. So giving some people some trouble helping issues there. PAVS, dude, 750 now. 750. 750 for PAVS, and that's a good one for Tesla. You can go TSLL, right, and just go leverage. Let's see how TSLL reacts off of that. Was that breaking news or was that who knows?
I think it's brand new.
What's Walter? Who knows? Let's take a look. Let's take a shot here. Let's take a shot on that TSLL. See if he's fast enough.
Trying to bounce just a bit here. Now it's Denmark. Like, no offense to anyone in Denmark, but it's not like it's a huge marketplace, right? It's a smaller marketplace, so it might not be enough to overcome the now red on the Qs, but IWM still holding up 1%. So right, focus on where it's working and what's working. RSP up 1%, IWM up 1%, SPY nearly red, and Qs red. So different areas of the market. Make sure you're focusing on the correct one.
Yeah, I added a Target trying to come back on the day, guys. Took a hit there on Marvell, but Target at least doing well. Target, I spent so much money on you. Come give me that money back. Let's go.
My wife used to spend too much money in Target.
Yeah. Whatever your wife did to stop, let me know.
Honey, you're not allowed to go there anymore.
It's like this. That she says, kids were going to Target. They go, Target. I'm like, oh, good Lord.
Michael, how far are you along with the new Market Wizards book? You said you got to the first chapter today.
Yeah, I'm gonna probably do one a day. So yeah, I
Nice.
go after I drop the kids off. I go outside and put in a little workout, walk the dog. So I listen to it. So I did Qualamari. Lance is next. Lance will be interesting because again, he's the greatest prop trader of all time. I think he made $50 million for his prop firm before he left to kind of do his own stuff. So it'll be an interesting thing. Same and funny with the both of them. They already hinted in like the preface that they both started exclusively day trading and then shifted over to more of a swing side of things, right? And in the
Only way.
Qualamari part that I just read, they said the same. He said the same thing. He said he's did his day trading. He made decent money day trading, but as soon as he got a profitable strategy that worked, and he had that kind of freedom, he just kind of looked at it and said, "Well, man, if I just hold these things for a period of time, they continue to go. So why wouldn't I keep
that.
some?" And then transitioned out, right? And it's funny. I just interviewed someone else who was an SMB top trader for our podcast, and he said the same thing. So it must supposed to be something they kind of like poke at them there and say, because can you hold longer? And if you got a good trade, that should be always your mission. How do I hold more shares for a longer period of time to make more money?
This is what I always said. I mean, and I always say that your swing strategy should just be based on a really good day strategy that you hold. That's why you're using your day trading skills to get the best entry that day. And you're using day trading skills to manage the risk that day. And then once the market closes, it becomes a swing.
Well, and
right? That's the truth, right? And that's the truth. It's just day trading skills early, and then it becomes swing trading skills overnight. And then it's just about risk management and expanding wins, right? Like, traders will try to make it complex at that point, but it really is only about that. It's taking a shot in a day, figuring out on the chart a little bit longer time frame, right? Making sure that you're in, like I always say, ask yourself the question when you're done with your position, would I be happy if I looked at the daily chart? If I saw myself, with the little line, with the position, and I saw it on the daily, would I be happy where I'm in, right? Because that means you did it right in the intraday. That means you did the day trading part right. And so that gives you the best chance and probability for your swing trade to end in the green.
Well, and it allows for larger risk with tighter stops. That was the main thing.
Which is what we're all looking for, right?
Yeah, his stop was low a day, high a day on all of his setups, right? How he turned 5,000 into 100 million just by using low a day, high a day as your stop. And it makes sense when you think of that transition, right? He's buying a breakout. He's putting his stop at the low of the day. That's going to be a super tiny stop on, when you zoom out. So that allows him to get, sometimes he's getting 50 to 100x these trades on like really crazy runners because his stop's like super tiny. He's just buying it on a breakout and he's putting his stop below the day. And then again, to be a market wizard, you have to be audited, and you have to give them every single trade you make, and that trade has to be audited. And the guy who wrote that chapter basically commented, you saw a lot of entered that day, was stopped out that day. Entered that day he's like, all of his losers seemed to get stopped out that day. And then, anything that lasted 3 to 5 days were amazing trades.
What's up, team?
Hey,
What up?
how you doing?
Crazy. Crazy the last couple of days.
Crazy. What's been crazy, brother?
INHD,
Generational
obviously, I'm
wealth
sure
and
you guys all know
INHD,
about it. Yeah, the T12er. The T12ers, that's what me and Kevin were texting each other, and we have a new nickname where we're a team. We're calling each other the T12ers.
There you go.
That was fun yesterday. 350 best entry for me. Got out of that. Ended in 550. Then on the live stream with you guys around 1070 or so. Was a barn burner. Talk about that. And then the day like today, when there's all these crazy movers, I don't go long. I look for the shorts, and then I go short. Like Ama Bahama Mama, AHMA, got that short on it. Kevin even texted me. We both shorted that at the same time, which is kind of funny. DXST possibly next, but yeah, it's just crazy. There's so many movers. And then what? Hey, what did y'all do to this SPY? I just looked at it. What in tarnation?
Yeah, buddy, we still got to talk, man. I left you on Thursday, and my family was eating. On Friday, I walked by and I snatched the food out of my son's hand. I pointed at him. I said, "Josh did that to you. You're going to bed. You're going to bed hungry, and you can blame Josh." And we've got like a picture of you up on the fridge and say it's that guy's fault that your belly hurts, buddy. How does that make you feel? Get us up here. Come on.
I saw them take that picture out back with the BB guns, but.
That was nuts. What happened today? What's this huge move I'm seeing?
I think the guys who trade the strat, which is a system out there, they call this mother bar problems. When you're inside a huge wide range bar like that, right? That spooked a lot of people. I think that's kind of what's just going on right now. I don't see like a single event that triggered anything. I think it's just one of those, probably they're going to blame it on more war stuff.
Right.
It's just a classic, guys. We've already seen it. Yeah. We saw the 50% retracement of the move yesterday. Talked about you could see shorts come back in. They drove it up overnight to make you think that it was going back up and flush it right back to you, right? So all the people that bought the dip on the short-term moving average, it starts to break. You start to break those short-term moving average trades. The short-term trend traders are getting washouts, right? So now you look for just bigger pullbacks, next layer, right? And not jumping so much at every little tick that goes up. Oh, I need to jump in. Oh, I need to jump in. Oh, I need to jump in. That's how everyone's right now, and that is costing you money, right? That's why Michael is telling you, and we've been talking about different sectors, is don't just keep throwing at the losing trade. If you look to the right, you might see a sector that's just slowly, steadily climbing. So you make money while those stocks are going down versus trying to jump in and continue to push on a trade that just isn't working in the first place, right? That's tech trade right now. Like everyone is just like, well, why isn't it working? Well, just because other trades are going up.
It's people taking their money, man. You know, like if you made that much cash, you'd be crazy not to say, you know what, I'm going to lock in some of that and I'm going to just move on to another sector. There's a lot of them out there. And that's generally what happens. You get retail FOMOing in at the top and your institutions are selling the shares there and then they move somewhere else. So like IWM, right? So IWM is another kind of risk on type asset and it doesn't have a lot of semiconductors in it because if you're a semiconductor producer, you've probably graduated from the IWM recently and you know you just kind of end up just going to the next place and that will be this for a while and then it'll be somewhere else, who knows where. But like the RSP, the average stock is doing just fine. It's still up 1% on the day.
Well, I got an area to give you some plays. Well, we're talking that potentially healthcare could be an area that could see some lifts. Why not talk a little bit about some education in robotics? Let's go ahead and have that queued up and ready to go. Let's take a look into some robotics health side of things. And let me know in the chat if you guys have ever seen these machines, gotten the surgery done potentially, or know somebody that has had a robotic
For 26
surgery.
years, the U.S. soft tissue surgical robotics market operated under a...
I'm in a short right now with Marvell. It's continuing to drop.
All right, guys, I'm sure the video is playing on my side. It's always paused.
For 26 years, the U.S. soft tissue surgical robotics market operated under a single vendor system. But as of Q1 2026, we are seeing the rapid fragmentation of that space into 6 competing platforms. Intuitive Surgical's installed base continues to scale, hitting 11,395 systems in the first quarter, a 12% increase year over year. Despite these record highs, the structural monopoly has dissolved. 5 new competitors have entered the market alongside Intuitive, contesting the exact same operating room footprint. There are now 6 credible soft tissue platforms, either in active FDA review or full commercial rollout in the United States.
There.
This shift in the market structure converts the operating room into healthcare's most contested surface for AI deployment. Most institutional analysis focuses on which platform will eventually unseat the Da Vinci robot. The more relevant question for 2026 is where the next $10 billion in procedure revenue will land within this expanded ecosystem. To answer that, we have to look at the 3 converging vectors that are actively redistributing the rents in this market. First, the CMS outpatient site of service shift. Second, the FDA's new AI framework. And third, a multi-platform competitive environment. The convergence of these factors in early 2026 forces a reevaluation of robotic franchise value, as historical capital cycle models fail to account for these shifts. Intuitive is scaling its 5th-generation platform to protect its lead, capturing 54% of all new U.S. placements in Q1 2026. This new hardware offers an 11% efficiency gain, driving a faster return on capital investment. Medtronic's Hugo system is the first major challenger to enter the U.S. market, securing clearance in December 2025 for urologic procedures, a category representing 230,000 annual cases. Medtronic initiated its commercial rollout in February 2026, with the first U.S. urology cases performed at the Cleveland Clinic. In January 2026, Johnson & Johnson formally submitted the Ottava platform for FDA review, targeting general surgery and bariatrics. While the submission is active, the rollout will be gradual. Internal guidance suggests Ottava will not contribute meaningful U.S. revenue until 2028. The immediate risk is system price compression. As smaller entrants offer hardware at lower price points to secure placements, the incumbent's ability to maintain high hardware margins will be tested. The second vector is the CMS 2026 final rule for outpatient and ambulatory centers. This is the most significant site of service change for orthopedics since 1997. CMS has removed major musculoskeletal procedures from the inpatient-only list, creating a new Level 7 APC. This adds 560 procedures to the list of surgeries that can now be performed in ambulatory surgical centers. Stryker and Globus Medical are the primary beneficiaries here, as their Mako and Excelsius systems are already optimized for these outpatient environments. Conventional analysis often assumes that robotic total knee surgery is still an emerging technique with low penetration. The 2026 data shows that roughly 2/3 of academic surgeons now use robotic assistance for these procedures. Robotic total joint surgery is no longer an emerging category. It is the current standard for many high-volume practices, making inpatient-only projections outdated. This CMS rule forces higher volumes into the outpatient setting, providing a direct utilization tailwind for the Mako and Excelsius platforms installed there. The third factor involves software updates. The FDA's predetermined change control plan framework was finalized in late 2024. This framework removes the requirement for a new clearance every time an AI model is updated, allowing for iterative software improvements. Manufacturers can now ship autonomous assist features, such as Intuitive's Case Insights or Moon Surgical's Scope Pilot, directly to systems in the field. We are also seeing the first dedicated reimbursement for these tools. CPT code 1019T was recently established specifically for robotic-assisted lymphovenous bypass. Historically, robotic assistance was bundled into the primary surgical payment. This code represents the first time robotic technique has been recognized for separate payment in the U.S. At the hardware level, next-generation platforms are increasingly built on standardized compute substrates like NVIDIA's Isaac for healthcare. Rather than developing proprietary compute stacks, challenger platforms like Johnson & Johnson's Monarch and CMR's Versius are adopting this architecture. As hardware compute layers become more standardized, software features cleared under the PCCP framework provide the primary avenue for one platform to differentiate itself from another. Our base case for the remainder of 2026 assumes a 55% probability of sustained volume growth. We project blended procedure volume to grow by 15%, with Intuitive likely capturing 80% of that incremental growth. However, there is a 30% probability of a bear case scenario tied to a Commerce Department investigation scheduled for late June. If this investigation identifies risks in Chinese origin components like sensors and motors, we could see tariffs of 15 to 25% applied to hardware inputs. This could lead to a margin compression of 150 to 300 basis points across the sector, even if procedure volumes remain high through the end of the year. Institutional models have accurately tracked Intuitive's compounding lead and its defensive strategy, but we see a mispricing regarding Stryker and Globus. Current consensus does not fully account for the magnitude of the CMS-driven shift toward outpatient centers. There is also significant uncertainty regarding Johnson & Johnson's Ottava authorization, where the market has not fully priced the binary risk of the mid-2026 decision. The surgical robot is no longer a mechanical tool. It has transitioned from a standalone hardware sale into an intelligent substrate for contested AI deployment. Progress in this market will now be defined by software differentiation and regulatory agility.
Guys, that's going to be it for the healthcare conversation. There are, of course, multiple robots that are coming into play and the big regulatory tailwinds that will come into play there. So you get the cycle conversation, you get some plays to look at, and definitely look into the space. It's something to look into. And I mean, there's so many surgeries now being done by robots, and just makes sense in the future to see even further robotics in healthcare.
That's cool. I want someone else to get worked on the robots first for a little bit,
Right,
and then I'll be right there with
You want to
you.
be the guinea pig.
Why not?
It's one of those.
I would choose the robot
You do
over
it, Mitch. Let me know. You do it.
over the doc. I can tell you right now, it happens every day. Like perfect example. That's why I said in the chat, do you guys know people that have gotten these surgeries? They're happening every single day, way more than you think, guys. I think it was it's a big percentage. I had the percentage on the full report, but I'm not going to just estimate it here. But to kind of mention it, right? Let's say like open heart surgeries, they're literally being done majority of the times now with robots because the incision, right? The incision precision is vastly different between what a doctor can do, right? When you need to make microscopic cuts, right? Do you want somebody's shaky hand doing it? Or do you want a robot that's literally as precise to the hundredth of a millimeter making the cut?
I've seen it. I mean,
Hopefully his
there's
hand's
definitely
not
there's
shaky.
a lot of it. I've seen a lot of the robots doing the
Everyone's had that shaky dentist, right?
Yes, I have. Yes, I have.
Luckily, I haven't. I have
He's
not
even
had
numbed
that.
the wrong
That's right.
side before. It's very annoying.
Exactly. So perfect example, right? I mean, the robots won't be making as many errors. Let's just say that much.
Yeah, but I think that could be very true. I just wonder what those errors might consist of and how catastrophic when they do, and they might.
But same
what-
thing
what will
happens with
those
a
errors
doctor,
be?
right?
Oh,
How
it's
many
true. I
errors
guess-
does a
I guess
doctor?
Pick
And
your
then it's
potential adventure.
that's the fun part, right? So many halts today. Yes, indeed, Josh. We've talked about it. Looks like INHD woke him up.
Yep.
Got him by the neck and said, "Wake up, man! Wake
Did the
up,
Homer-
small
did the Homer-
caps."
Yeah, did the Homer Simpson to Bart Simpson.
So this was the classic day where it made sense to be ready for small caps. Be ready, be early, right? I know Josh has been seeing the action. It's definitely like that. It picks up, it dies down, but nothing better than that action happening during the competition. That gives everyone the opportunity to catch up to the leaders and get up on the screen. Let's see what some of the top open P&Ls right now are. Let's see. INHD short continuing to hold is really the top leading position. A lot of traders not even hitting the 4 digits. What's going on out there, traders? Go make some trades. Go make some money.
Yeah. So what's
right?
so we talked about this earlier, but J&J there. What's your opinion on what do we do with the people who are still in INHD? The people who tried to swing it and they're just not going to have a position until until
You mean
the
the
end of the competition.
You mean the people that are in the competition?
Yeah. So what do you know? So if you swung it, you're not going to get any action in this one until after the competition's done. So it's like, what happens to your shares? What happens
Well,
to your
just like
position
Trade the Pool has a magical way to just liquidate your shares at the 10-minute rule before the closing bell. I say Friday closing bell, their shares get liquidated, whether they're long or short. whether they're green or red on that, they get liquidated at that price. That's what I would say has to be done. We wave the magical wand.
Why are we closing trades that never closed?
The same reason why do we close trades here that are never closed? I don't want my trades to close. I want them to keep going. But unfortunately, Trade the Fool says, hey, got to go to after hours liquidation. So the same thing here, magical wand and say your trades are closed. I mean, it's either that or they get no P&L from it. It's that, which some people are going to have, they're going to go, whoo, that would have been $100,000 loss. And some are going to go, dang it, that would have been maybe $100,000 win. But
I guess. Yeah, no, you're right. Because what would have happened is yesterday at 10 minutes of the close, their positions would have been liquidated. So it would only be people who entered after that.
Yes.
And really, if you look at where it halted forever, it wasn't that big of a move from, this would have been like the last candle they would have had a chance to enter. And then, yeah, pretty much nothing happened ever since then. So I guess not that big of a deal then. But we'll see. I'm reading my email now about the SpaceX IPO. I'm worried that my person here is confused.
Scotty, I haven't seen you in a while, man. It's good to see you out there. It's good to see some new faces in the chat. Smash that like, hit the subscribe. Scotty and Pav short. Pav short. Like the look. It was, of course, continuing to grind. Classic 1, 2, 3, 4 wave fails right there at that last tweak, right to the highs. And then now you get the correction move, right? Now the question is, how far does the correction come in? And you have yourself a trade, Scott. So get after it, man. Do what you can do. Let's go. When we gonna get a bot on the Discord channel? Tell Beat Boop. He's right here. So tell him to wake up. Wake up, Michael. When's the bot coming to the Discord? They want to know.
Depends what bot. Like, you want one that dances for you, or you want one that makes out trades and what trades and.
He said, well, what you want? What you need, man? I got it.
Right,
I got it.
You can do bots for anything.
Cash money talks, right? We'll see what happens out there. There is a trader doing some interesting trades out here. Let's take a look at some of these trades. Look at this PAV. Someone got a short on it. Let's take a look at some of the trades action that's going on in the competition here. I got a PAV short. I got a CTG short. I kind of like it. You see him, trying to move around, right? Was first trying to get short in this game, then got cut out, right? And that's how it goes sometimes. This is probably the one that's going to kill him, though. This is the one that's going to be a little frustrating, right? Like the one that you're like, you're short. You cover really quickly, and then you see a dump. Ooh, the chase entry, right? The chase entry, because now he's chasing into here at 578 when he really should have been short into the 750s, right? And then he'd be making all that money back. This is why it makes sense to cut here versus waiting to cut here, right? Like all he did was just try to add, increase, and then he cut some off, right? Well, it's okay to just cut it earlier. Right, that cut earlier would have let him get re-short up here big and set up that position. That's where it's a lot of times us traders, we can just try to fight the account way too much. And that's what's happening on that trade. CCTG is another one.
Yeah, and big gap down. Big gap down. CCTG looking like it could
gap down. Look at that thing.
Wow. Gap down, yeah, and I think we have another one incoming. I'm in short on DXST for a big gap down. It's halted down. I'm looking for a big gap down and maybe another one after it. These plays are doing it today. We're seeing some nasty dumps. Look at AHMA.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we're
pops and drops.
Yes, that's all we're seeing. Exactly. Yes, these ones that don't have a chart that built up that just goes straight up like a skyrocket Scud missile, they just come right back down to the launching pad.
It's also the volume that's going in it, right? It's not much that's piling into it, so the move is very short and wicked, right? This is what low floats with low volume will do. Right, and that's the key there. The combination of low floats with low volume. But let's see if like an AZI can pick up here now. This is one name that I'll give you guys. If you're looking for one name that I see at the bottom that might be getting hot now. And you know how the penny stocks go. They kind of like one leader comes, the other one takes it, and then the other one takes it, and then the other one takes it. So let's see what happens to this one. This one's been hanging out all day. Right, back above 5 would be an interesting one for an afternoon type of rally in some of these small caps. All right, guys.
AMD dumping, new low, 480.
Yeah,
Took
this
a short
is
in that.
the frustrating one, right? On that one, right? Marvell down to 267s.
Wow. Yeah.
That's why you let it go, right?
Let
That's
it
why you let
go.
it go. And Micron short was the play. That's what I was playing last night. That's what I was really kind of having the mentality. So this morning it would have been the play of taking that money and running in Marvell and then going right back to the short on Micron. Why? It just made sense off that 1,000 mark, right? That 1,000 mark gap down, came back. Now you're really seeing the flush. So
Yeah.
there it goes. There it goes. Now you're seeing further and further downside. All right, my plays for the day on the swing are now just going to stick to Costco and Target. Target really taking off, so that's looking really good there for me. Like I mentioned, Target needs to pay me back. I think the wife's at Target right now. She's trying to make me some more money.
You gotta get going because you gotta outpace her. Plus
Yeah.
taxes. Good luck, bud.
That's why I added. I added to the trade today. They're like, "You're going to Target? Okay, go add to the trade, Mitch. Let's see what happens there." Continuing to see that one. I also dip bought Costco here as I'm looking to see if this one can start working up because it's just kind of leaders to laggard. Maybe Walmart, another play, right, to look at today. We'll see what happens as you're seeing a lot of your cyclical names now starting to move to the upside. Gambling is an area that I wanted to watch yesterday. I messed up this one. I got out on a small loss there. Look at DraftKings opening action today. This is called the World Cup play right here, guys. I'll give it to you. This is the World Cup coming in. I told you guys yesterday, look at Flutter, right? Because there you guys have it there. Look at DraftKings starting to make the move. I think Flutter is another one to look at here. So FLUT, mentioned this one yesterday, looking for the gambling plays. Why? The World Cup's about to kick off, guys. You don't think people are going to gamble all over the world? And part of that is going to be what? Well, we'll throw the money in the U.S. markets and see what happens. Prediction markets, right? Like we have. Well, there you have it. Gambling play. And don't say I don't give you guys a theme a little bit ahead of time. I hope somebody was able to get that gambling play. It was a good look yesterday.
Yeah, no, you're all over it, Mitch. And you got to think about, too, just to add in a little spice already with the NBA Finals and the Stanley Cup Finals. And now you get the mega guy with the World Cup to come in. It's like
It's a seasonal play. It's a seasonal play. And the added factor of the World Cup just makes it that much more attractive. Another big thing.
It's that redneck like me in the South that they see a fire and they're like, hey, let's go pour a bunch of gasoline on that fire and see what happens.
Yeah, and now I gave you names yesterday, speculative names that you can jump into, like RSI, right? Then you can do like a Genie, right? Like an SRAD, right? And this is how I do it, guys. This is what's called like leaders to laggard, right? Well, yesterday I mentioned SRAD because it's just the data play behind all these, right? So if they're going to get the lift, it just comes in and scoops it up. Right. So perfect example. Look at SRAD up today from like below 1550s, just ripping all day long. Right. And so there you guys have it. Hope you guys are able to tune in to some more conversations just like this. Maybe even some hotels like Crow says, right? Crow's he's not wrong in that sense, right? If we're going to be, with this whole mentality of, oh no, the war, the spending, well, just look at the ticket prices in the World Cup and then go look at the hotel prices for the things around the World Cup. And you tell me if the consumer spending or not. So great mention there by Crow. You guys could take a look at that with like Hilton, right? You can see that kind of as of recent getting the lift. We'll see if that can kind of continue to push almost at new highs right there. MAR, right? Marriott. And for that mention, even like an Airbnb, right? A name that's lagging, sideways, sleepy. You see Hilton take the highs. You see Marriott take the highs. Maybe you start to play something like this. We'll see what happens out there, traders. Kicking it back to you guys.
Woo! Semiconductor still dropping.
Yeah,
still.
we're getting hard sell off.
Even IWM is about to go negative on the day. RSP still holding okay, but starting to flip there. So we've been from about up 1.5% on the Qs to now down on the day. So a little bit of a reversal, but important to note, we're still kind of inside this bar. So these are the areas that I'm looking at, right? Mark the low of this. It's like 703.88. If we hold above there, that's kind of choppy noise. The thing to keep in mind is the all the economic numbers we talked about, right? So we've got two big events this week. We got a whole slew of economic numbers happening tomorrow, and then we have obviously the SpaceX IPO on Friday. So I wouldn't be surprised if we just are chopping inside that range. Yeah, core CPI tomorrow morning before the market opens, and then we have PPI and unemployment claims after that on Thursday. And then on Friday, we have the largest IPO in history. So if we are just kind of hanging out inside this range, great. That just seems to be normal market behavior while we kind of deal with different sides of this. It's just, hey, we're not going to commit to the upside. We're not going to commit to the downside, any of that kind of stuff. Just, again, to my SUNE trade, still in it. Again, the game plan on this one's going to be hold till end of day. This is me bringing back my systematic hangover trading. So we'll see what happens here.
Good short, brother.
So far,
yeah, that's money.
So far, it's working. So, yeah, you missed it in the morning, Mark or Josh. Because I was listening to this Market Wizard book that had that Qualamari guy in it.
Yeah,
he had one of his setups turned $5,000 into 100 mil, and one of his setups sounded very much like kind of the hangover trade from Kevin. So that got me inspired to kind of get back into it. So I set up a Claude process where every morning it's going to wake up, it's going to find all the crazy movers from the day before. It's going to read the news on them and then cut out any that were actually like game-changing news events, like, discovered a new drug or phase 3 trial or something,
right.
And just look for things that were lackluster or so in nature. I got to train it to do that. That'll be a little bit. Then it's just going to like email me a report. It says, here you go. So I put those in TradingView. TradingView will trade them via Trade the Pool completely for me. So I'm going to test it here for a couple days. And if it works out next week, I'm just going to open up a new Flex account, a 25K Flex account, and just have it only do these and see if that will be the first, again, cool little AI assisted systematic setup that, it's good. Is Michael Dux on the market? I don't think so. I know there's Quagamali, Lance, Short Bear. There's 3 or 4 other guys, but it's just interesting because in the prefix he talks about this is the first time that like most of these traders are in like their 20s or 30s, because a lot of these are just people that you find on Twitter. And he said, to be honest, I kind of expected some of them to be full of it, but like we talked about, to get into the Market Wizards, you send your broker statement over and you get it audited, like just audited the crap out of it. So, Deloitte and Touche has basically looked through your broker. So, if they made it, they're legit. It'd be interesting to see if I don't think he'd ever throw shade, but if he's ever been suggested someone and then they look into those, or people would probably know better.
Right.
They'd say, go. Where can I buy the latest? I don't know where you can buy. I think Amazon you can buy. Someone's asking where to buy the book at. You can buy it on Amazon. I know. I have an Audible. I use Audible, and so if you have Audible, it's there. You just look up. What's this one called?
This is why we need those links, guys.
The next.
Yeah, that's right.
I mentioned it. I told you guys you were going to get that mention.
And for any of Jack's older books, Thrift Books is a great place to get some really good deals on them too.
Okay, so this one's Market Wizards: The Next Generation, and the one before that I still highly recommend too, which is the Unknown Market Wizards, which again he took a lot of people who are unknown. And
that's the one I'm reading right now.
Yeah, that's
really good. Really good.
When you get to you'll hear Jason Shapiro in that one, and he's the guy that I talk about all the time with the COT data.
The contrarian.
Yes, I got all that information. Dude just made 20 million just looking at the market and saying, "Oh, everyone loses money. Let me just do the opposite," and then he makes a bunch of money. And when you get to Marston Parker too, I think he's like 3 or 4. He's the first like pure systematic guy. He's an interesting one because he's kind of where I model a lot of my systems off of, and he was the first one to be like fully systematic in the Market Wizards.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I haven't gotten to him yet, but that sounds really good.
Yeah, it'll be cool. He built. It's funny. Right after the book published, he released his software. He built a software to backtest his own strategies, and he never intended to sell it. It was just the thing that he built in order for him to test what he wanted to test, and that's the software I use now. So he ended up publishing it after that, which is really cool.
Yeah, it's definitely huge. And like I said, I was talking to Jesse the other day because I know he loves you. You're more listening. I get it, but either way, however you're listening or reading the books, it's definitely key because there's so many traders out there that they want to know where can I find that? I want to listen. I want to read more. I want to listen to books. So whether it's Audible or actually reading, a little book segment would be nice to have. And I know Jesse will start talking about more of that in the J&J show. And yeah, Nosh, you know so many books, so always chime in and let us know what books you're reading.
Yeah, I've got a Google Doc somewhere I can share with you guys, which are all the. It's funny. Most of the best trading books I find. The reason I love the Market Wizards so much is they're not teaching any really trading principles. You're just hearing from a bunch of people that are confirmed masters at the game, and you can you just start to look for like similarities. Like, they all do the same thing. They all have tight stop losses. They're all very self-ownership. They're not blaming like mystical creatures for their gains or losses. Like the Quality Mari guy was really, it was really refreshing where they asked him and he's like, I literally invented nothing. He's like, none of this is my own, thing that I discovered. He's not pounding his chest and saying, look, I'm the best and I figured out everything in the market. He's like, I literally just looked at what other traders were doing and emulated the stuff that made the most sense to me, and then I made $100 million doing it. And it's like that kind of mentality as opposed to, oh, I figured out like this secret hack that nobody else is talking about and no one else is looking at, and look at me. And then the author just kind of said something like, yeah, I've noticed that a lot, is that people just are trading the same simple ideas. It's like risk management and things that really makes a difference. So
I think that's the first thing that most of the people that have been interviewed will say, is that there is no magic wand. There is nothing. There's no magic solution to absolutely every single trade that you're going to for sure win or whatever. Like the people that seemingly make, they may not the most money, but they make a lot of money. That's why they're interviewed in the book. Jason Shapiro is just known for, every time I hear him interviewed or I'm reading a segment on him, he's like, nothing really works. I'm just trying to figure this out. And he's very much like, his attitude is contrarian across the board. And he's just kind of a grumpy old man. I like him. But yeah, so there is this sense of, nothing is foolproof in the markets unless you're a politician.
But I like the idea of, a lot of people will go, listen, I've got the secret system. You've got to listen to me. Whereas like this guy, again, turned $5,000 into 100 million, said, I didn't invent nothing. Said, I looked at this guy, that strategy made sense. Then I looked at this one and then he has like 3 systems that he just runs all the time. And those are his strategies. And he's like, I didn't invent them. I just read a whole bunch of stuff and just pulled. And I think that should be inspiring for the people listening, that you can just do the same. Is, if you hear someone talk about a trading style that works for them, if it makes sense to you, then great, just steal it.
Yeah, right? Exactly. Steal like an artist.
Just grab it. You know? And then just make it work for you, right? Don't just verbatim, but take it, make it work for you, and away you go. But all right, Josh, now we gotta have a chat, buddy. It's 2 minutes till we go.
What's my level?
We got to chat. Things aren't looking good, right? It's my little boy. He's trying to grow. He's getting hungry out there, right? He's starting to like gnaw at the drywall.
Oh no, he's acting like my dog.
Someday I'm gonna get famous, and all this stuff's gonna get clipped, and it's gonna be Michael Noss exposed for not feeding his children or something. But, if you could keep her above like that Friday's washout low, that'd be great, right? So that's like what, the 735.50. Like if we can hold above that for the rest of the day, we dipped a little bit below it, we're above it now. That's your line. Just keep it above that until the economic reports, and then until SpaceX, which again I'm planning, barring any children falling ill. I'll be hanging out with you guys on stream, and I'm begging currently to my broker saying, I have a large account. Can you give me some? So if that's going to take place, then I'll show that to you guys as we trade through it. I think that'll be super cool.
Really interesting just trade that I never ever usually see is that real estate is doing really well as of late. I can give you some of the names that are doing really well there, like BXP ARE, and VNO. These are
That
all
XLRE.
three REITs in office. You're talking your top leaders in the REIT office space, and they're on a takeoff. This doesn't happen often. Sometimes I try to catch this and just looking into the sectors and the industries. So I will mention this to you guys, right? This could be another trade that you're seeing rotation go into, right? So just to mention that, want to put it out there for you guys. Like always, we try to keep a watch on all the market, not just the small caps, not just the large caps, not just the next flyer, but themes out there. Breaking down today some strategies in the surgical robot game, right? We cover it all right here on Trade the Pool. Hope you guys enjoyed the action, and I hope you're enjoying the Trading World Championships. Let us know how it's going for you and how you guys are enjoying the experience. And don't forget the prediction side of things, where you can be betting on the World Cup matches yourself, right? Get after it, traders. I hope you guys have a great one. I'm out of here. It's time to turn things over to the J and J Show.
Ooh, baby. How you doing today,
guys?
Justin?
Hey, I'm doing pretty well. Well, hey, let's talk about this. Here's an offer that even your broker isn't giving you, okay? So listen to this, guys. From June 8th through June 25th, Trade the Pool is giving first-time users an exclusive second chance opportunity. Woo! If this is your first time joining Trade the Pool and you don't pass the evaluation, Trade the Pool is going to give you another account completely free. Another evaluation account completely free. So that's right, a real second chance to come back stronger and prove yourself. And this is a one-time exclusive promotion available only during the Trading World Championship. And once it's gone, it's gone. This is it. The clock is ticking. Click the hub link in the description now. Join Trade the Pool and secure your second chance before this exclusive offer disappears. Super exciting, Josh.
I mean, that's pretty cool right there, to be honest. The first time that we're doing that, so that's pretty radical.
And nobody else is doing that either. No other broker. It's just us.
It's
you get an account, you get one for free. Hey, Dale, it's okay. We got you. Your second account free. That's amazing.
Hey, buy one, get one, baby. That's a BOGO deal right there, essentially. So come on over. That's a beautiful deal. You know what I'm getting ready for? I'm just getting ready for, of course, the Trading World Championship and how awesome this is with the World Cup. And then we're leading into July 4th coming up. I'm shooting some works off this year, baby. I'm gonna get a firework made, right? That shoots up into the sky, and when it explodes into Trade the Pool.
Trade the Pool, TTP.
Yeah, TTP. Dun dun dun. Snowman, how we doing? Smoke Tuna, Nigel, Tack, Shaw, Joe. How's everyone? D Ryder doing in chat today? Everyone from the last hour, Max, Jay Webb, and someone asked earlier. Let's go back to it. I don't know if they're still around. Scotty doesn't know. Scotty does know though. He asked the longest halt ever in history. I meant to get back to that. I know we always with four heads. It's a lot to try to make sure we get all those questions answered. Scotty, I do not know. That is one thing I do not know. I do not know that. I mean, I don't know. There may be a certain ticker, but there's a lot of them because they'll never come back to life. Like the QMs of the world, QMMM will just never see the lights a day again. Let's go if I can politely, if it would let me get up my market depth. There we go. And the QMs of the world, this halted. You're like, what? No data. Okay, well, yeah. Well, let's go back, and we'll just go back to the 4-hour time frame, and we'll go back a year. Yeah, and this spiked, and you can see here, crazy move one day from $11 up to $300, yes, on the dot in market. Then a few days later, they T12'd it. Done, over with. We have TCGLs of the world that I traded here on the live stream. Got in around 17, literally all the way down. You can't even see it anymore, but I got in at 17 and rode it all the way to 100 on the live stream. And then, yes, that truly did go to, and then it got T12'd. Or H11, which is essentially the same thing. Then we just saw INHD do the same thing yesterday. Now, when will these or if ever go live again? They may not. So there are some that have been or will have been halted, investigated upon, and then never came back to life. I couldn't give you the true run of the mill and which one it is, but there's a lot. I'm sure there is. You have to keep going back in time and see how long
He's probably asking individual tickers, but the longest, I just did some research, the longest stock market-wide trading halt suspension was the New York Stock Exchange in 1914 at the outbreak of World War I.
Ooh. How long?
4.5 months. That's a halt.
Oh. Wow, 4.5 months. That is a hold, brother. PAVS is one of the good small cap movers of the day. So if you're looking at small caps, PAVS has been one of your better movers of the day so far. Joe asked about I'm not bouncing today, Joe. No longs for me today, Joe. It's all shorts for me, Joe. All shorts for me. I got. I thought I got in CCTG 100 shares. I was just trying to get in small. I didn't unfortunately get into CCTG. It's going to see a massive gap down coming up soon. It looks like $1.50. CCTG right now is currently halted at 422. Yeah, so imagine a gap down all the way down to here. Even 100 shares, that would have been a nice little mover. I'm in heavier on DXST on this move back on down. And then AMA, we traded this one earlier as well. Now it's halted back on up. And you're just seeing some crazy moves today overall here in the small cap sector. It has just been absolutely nuts after INHT yesterday, which again, you can look how much this ran. It was a nice chart yesterday. Slow and steady Eddie from $1. Then we got to ramping up and really get to roaring. And you probably thought here we're coming back down to 5. Great dip area. I actually was in at 550. This was my lowest entry was actually the 350 buy. Old resistance becomes new support. I waited forever to find another area. It was old support right here. That became great support again. And both times I got out too early, as in, of course, we ran some more. Well, then on the live stream with you guys yesterday, if you do catch us here, me and Steve have some crazy lunch recap plays. Literally, I get in here on the move up around 1067, I want to say my entry was. Took profit, got about 3 points out of it. I said, okay, final shares I'm going to hold. Entry price is going to be my stop loss. Came down, bounced off my entry, and then boy, oh, did we get to go. I sold one share I had left as I was scaling out along the way. Sold one share at $20.03 before it went into a halt up. And then we got going really crazy. And of course, then we T12'd and she sits here afloat, depths in the sea. It's like a sunken ship, so to speak. PAVS halted up. PAVS are not halted up. Got Merlin coming.
Puppies.
But we do have
dogs.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, exactly. I'm like, yeah, give me a little break here, guys. So we do have, here we go. We are live here. So we are live on DXST. We are live here. DXST. We are live. DXST.
Nice.
So DXST is live here on the way back on down. Let's see here. PAVS, new high of day. PAVS, new high of day. DXST, haven't sold any of this yet. DXST, still haven't sold any of this yet. Here we go on down for more. DXST.
Whoa, yeah.
Nasty here. Coming on down for more. Sorry, I'm looking at PAVS, new high of day. We got stocks all over the place right here, Jesse. And then then going over to plays like this with the SPY, bro. The SPY here today just completely annihilated. Okay, so here's what let me get back to this. I will hold low of day so far. All right, Mr. Michael Nosinator. I'll hold the 34.50, 35 handle somewhere in there. That'll be my goal over the next 50 minutes here. What do you say, Jesse? You think I'm good on that one?
I think you're good on it. I think. But it's been a shorty kind of day, you know? It's definitely been a day where some big names are dropping. Ooh, look at that one, Spike. Look at that.
Speaking of 820%, we got Kevin Avery texting me too as well. I think, oh yes. Oh, brother. I told everybody, hey, where is Crow in chat? Crow, I called this out earlier. Crow said something about DXST going home, whatever he said about DXST. And I said, not so fast, my friend. DXST is going to be the next AMA and CCTG. And DXST, these are the premium best shorts. When you have a launch pad that goes and has huge gap ups, I'm waiting for the first halt down to get in on this play for the move down. I'm actually trading this on a new over on my I have like multiple trade the pool accounts now going on. So I'm trading DXST on my swing account on which you can log in through the web. So I'm trading this on the web over here on DXST, which I have pulled up in front of me, and I was trying to scale out there, but luckily she went into more of a halt down. So anyway, so I love this look though. When we go, I'm waiting for the first halt down, because when you have 1, 2, 3 halts up, I'm waiting for that first halt down, and boy, oh, Jesse, we're going to come right back to where we came from, Jesse. Truly.
Yeah.
This me and Kevin we were texting all morning long, and me and Kevin literally said we were chomping at the bit for today. We couldn't. This is what we were looking for. Not going long. We're looking for plays like DXST, AMA, the plays that we could short. We missed PAVs. I tried to get in CCTG. I thought I did. It did not, but he's in CCTG. It's going to see a nasty sell-off now. The one play that's rolling that has the MOV is PAVs. So if you want to go long, this is the one barn burner, 1,000% mover on the day. It's PAVs. This is your baby right here. This is
what kind of continuation do you think we'll be looking for on that, Josh? I mean, are we close to the top, you think, or do you think we got some more room to run?
Well, here's the thing with these plays. They've been reverse split to where. So there's really not a lot of charting on this play. So when you start to zoom out here, and I'll get back a little further on the chart, you can see here, there's just nothing to hold this play down.
Yeah,
just absolutely. You can just keep going out. There's nothing to hold this play down anymore. This really has moonshot listed on it right now. This could really get going crazy. You got natural resistance on the way up at 10. It's hitting 950. That's the thing, too. You may have people like myself, if we do go long and you're like, that's close enough to 10, like me and Steve say, I'll take it. I'm in, like maybe Joey's in since 5. I'll take some profit there, and then, start scaling out, anywhere close to main targets. But this is definitely a play that can keep going. An area that I would say to keep an eye on, which we just ran into, is 925. I'm looking at my own chart over here. I'd say right around 925, 930. Over that, watch for a pop into around 1180 into 1250. So this is the resistance area for now. If it gets over that, I'm saying it barn burns through 10. I love some barn burners, buddy.
Barn burners, baby. That's right. Yeah, I noticed too. I'm looking at it on my chart as well. It's stopped at that 949.
Yeah.
You're almost at that $50 mark there, and we've stopped there, and now we're retreating a little bit. So.
Yeah. And Joe says, talk about a little bit. So what happened? So Joe wants me to talk a little about the day after tomorrow, so to speak. We'll call it that. And that would be when you have plays like INHD do what it does. And then especially when IHD gets T12. So what happens is you come in today, and let's just try to run through the list of tickers here. CCTG. Let's just go through this, right? This play at, let's zoom out a little bit. We're talking from, 50 cents yesterday, Jesse. We're talking 1,000% mover. That was 1,000% mover we've seen today. Another 1,000% mover we've essentially seen is PAVs. So you're going to see crazy moves. That's the big thing. You won't get them all to hold. Pat, your pre-market runner that held, CCTG. Margot lay down, Margot lay down. Your in-market play is PAVs. That's it. Those are your two. Other than that, then you get the fun run-of-the-mill, oh boyos of the world, what are we going to do?
Right.
All these crazy up and down movers that really can't seem to find. And let me finally now get so I can start to scale out of this a little bit more. So here we go. All right. There we go. So we have... All right, so we have DXST here starting to move back on up here. Still getting out of it, majority shares. Only in DXST right now currently 250 shares. 674 is my average entry price. 674 is my average entry price. It just halted up at 414, so DXST is all over the place. But did want to take some shares there. I'll let that 250 shares rock out for a little bit. Still so far for the day working pretty good. Ooh, baby. We're having a good day so far. All right, let's go back over to you guys on the live stream. So you're going to have a crazy run-of-the-mill of tickers that go up and they come back down. JZXN was another. ELPW was another. I mean, look at this move this morning. ELPW. I mean, that's from 80 cents to 280. We had Pat. We already talked about JZXN was another one. And so you're going to get a lot of different tickers that go up and come back down. There's one from 120 to 480 and then coming back on down. So don't chase. You don't want to go, here comes the next one. Here goes the next one. Here goes the next one. So typically the day after tomorrow was like today. Yesterday, you truly had. Now, I know there was a couple of other plays that started popping up, after INHD started making its move. And one of them was, and it's Michael's play that he's shorting today, was Soon. This started reaping benefit. Look at this massive move yesterday from Soon. We see INHD make the move it did, go from 250 up to 9, right?
Wow.
That's huge. That's huge.
Yeah.
And so you get but does it continue today? It tried to in pre-market, and now we're giving back everything. everything. So you get INHD to be the one. And then you'll go, oh, this one's right. And so then you'll get 3, maybe 4 others yesterday, like we did. We saw that. But nothing, and there was nothing as pretty as INHD was yesterday. Just going back to it overall, just looking at it, if you did, and we go back and just zoom in a little bit, like I was showing you early on in the chart, where old resistance was becoming new support. You know, my bounce at 350 here. I mean, well, that's earlier on when actually we can see old resistance, new support, old resistance, new support, and then even old support or old resistance even here, which I didn't take apart right here. Even there again, it happens for a while. Boom, 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 boom. I took it here. That's running about as clean and technically sound as you can wipe a bed. We've been there. You go to take a poop and you go to wipe and you don't wipe nothing. It's clean as a baby's bottom down there. Why can't it be like that every time? That's what, this was clean as a baby's bottom, baby. If we could have this every day, I've said this, Jesse, you would have a yacht. Well, whatever you want. You know, if you want to open up your own sporting good business, if you would be a multi-millionaire if we had charts look like this every single day.
It would be simple and easy. Simple and easy.
And that's why it makes this so hard, because we don't get it. And then when you have these great entries, which I should have held my 350 long enough, and even should have held this long enough, then every once in a while you get this boom. And then, again, imagine if you got this every day. You're in at 350 for the dip. You're like, oh, yeah, this one's going to like 50, I think, today. And then it goes to 50, right? And even y'all asked me yesterday when I kind of jumped in, where do you see this going? I had 50 as my after hours target right there. When I joined Steve yesterday for power hour, his power hour comment. One of that was, it may have been even in after hours when I joined it, and the reason why is because I traded it all the way right back here in the 10s on the live stream with him, and then I come back, a few hours later, and then you see this crazy move. That's what you get in the small cap sector, and so my point being, going back to the day after tomorrow, you'll have your one good mover, and then the next day you will have 10, 12, 8 to 12 different tickers you're looking at, and it's all up, down, up, down, up, down. Have patience to wait for your true runner. CCTG, again, going back to it, was your end market, or your pre-market runner. It ran really nicely and continued up for you. Now, was the chart really clean? It wasn't great, but the W was. The W shape right here was absolutely stupid. Then the old resistance, and I wish I would have taken it. I actually moved my orders down lower, which was really funny. Jesse, I had orders to begin with when this popped a new high. I'm doing my morning alerts on my live stream. I'm doing 2 things at once, essentially. And I said, hey, I'm going to put orders at 407 and 411. Well, I wish I would have left them in, because I would have had a pretty nice good move out of that.
You would have.
Yeah, wow. And I moved them down a little bit lower to the base of the W instead of the top of the W. And oh well, it is what it is. But you had your pre-market one, and now you're having your in-market runner, and it's PAVs. And so then you'll have just a bunch of just hodgepodge. And if you made money on AZI, or if you made money on RGNT, or if you made money elsewhere, like me and Kevin kind of waited for, which you'll see these the AMAs and the DXSTs of the world, where you get straight up movement. You're just going straight up. Well, usually when you go straight up, you'll come straight back down to your launching pad. And Joe was talking about this even earlier. I think I know on the Discord as well. So I took this short. I'm waiting for that first halt in or first halt down. Got in here, and I'm taking profit all the way down into the low 2s, and I finally got out of it. And then I move over to DXST. Then I get into DXST, which is just waiting for the same thing. It's straight up with big, massive gap ups and halt ups. So I'm waiting for the straight up move. I'm waiting for the first halt down, because usually we'll come right back down to the launching pad. So
beautiful. Alejandra says hi, hello. Hope your trading is going well for you. Smoke Tuna, Nigel, Obi-Wan Kenobi, Tack. It's great to see all you guys in the chat.
And so there's my trades for the day. If you want to, go over your trades for the day, brother man. If you want to talk about what you've been looking at, what you've been trading.
Yep. Let me go ahead and share the screen. It just went off. Give me 1 second here. Share the screen. Share the screen. Here we go. All right. So, Marvell, I've been looking at that from the open, and as most of you all know, Marvell dumped, as did MU, and so I waited a while. Here's my trades overall here. I went short at about 270, took a little bit of profit at 269.77, and then took a little bit more. Took everything else that I had off the table at 268. Had a little more room to go down, but I always think it's good just to get some profits. You don't know when it's going to stop and reverse. So I got out, and I always do like to. I also like to lower the bar here. I do the bracket sort of trade, so I will lower it to the part where essentially I've broke even on the trade after I get some profit, and then I lower it further and further as the candle might continue to go down or go back up. So if we're in a short, obviously going down is the way. And so, yeah, I got out at about 268. Jumped back in a little bit too quick. I went short again. Trade didn't work out for me. I actually got stopped out, went in at about 269 and got stopped out at about 270. So that is where I'm sitting with Marvell. It continued to go down. We've had a low today of 263 for Marvell, and we're kind of in consolidation territory. At the moment, I am just watching and waiting to see what will happen next. So that's where I'm at with Marvell.
Love it. Love it, brother. Love it. So stuck with some Marvell today. Captain Marvell.
Got a little Marvell.
Pav's new high of day. So we got Pav's new high of day. That play still continues to burn its way on up. So Pav's new high of day. Waiting to see where we get CCTG to go live at. So still waiting on CCTG here. Kevin just texted me and said, "Man, I got stuff to do today. Can you go live already?" All right. You know, what are we doing? Go live for the poor guy. Oh my gosh, man. But hey, still good day though, honestly, for us in the small cap sector. Absolutely.
Yeah, small caps is crazy good today. Yeah, the stuff that I like to trade with the tech sector and especially semiconductors, MU, AMD, Marvell, it's just a good day to honestly go short or wait as we have been experiencing some consolidation points. But overall, it's definitely been a short day. I was noticing Micron in the pre-market tapped $999.89, and my initial thought was, okay, it dropped right before the bell to like 992. I was thinking, if we go long, this thing's definitely going to go over 1,000 today. So I had my finger on the buy button. I was ready to go if that thing was going to spike green and just trade right out in the open, which I try not to do that. It's just a huge risk right out at the open. But I was thinking, hey, if this thing appears to go long, it'll go past 1,000. But we didn't, so I did not make that trade.
Speaking of trades, how about predicting the World Cup, the FIFA World Cup coming on up? Don't forget about that, guys. A chance to win $1 million in evaluations. That's crazy just to predict the World Cup matches. Starting off on Thursday, I know that, which is, I think, Mexico and who was it? South Africa. So coming up on Thursday, right after Steve and I get done with the call-in show, it'll be just after that. Well, the first match, and really the first match will be going on Thursday for us in Power Hour and after hours for that earning. So I think, is that you or myself, Jesse? Oh my God, massive gap down, CCTG, pull it up. Pull up CCTG, holy moly. There you go, Kevin. It's probably going to halt up and go gapping up now. Wow. Woo-wee. Look at that gap down. I told you there was going to be a big one coming. There's probably going to be now a big gap up incoming for CCTG. Honestly, after that move all the way back on down into the twos. Oh my, what a day from... You're looking
right down here. Wow.
Look at the three candles. Look at those three candles. The last three candles. Look at the last 3 1-minute candles. Is that not nuts?
Here we go. Here we go.
Yeah. Yeah, you got to do that. Yeah, you got to like maximize the fill. Yeah, right? Yeah, thanks.
Wow.
That's exactly
wow.
It right there.
5 all the way down to 176. Hey.
That is nasty right there.
That's a gapper on down.
Yeah, that's why I was trying to jump in that just 100 shares just for fun, because you would imagine just 100 shares from 14.
100 shares of that, man. You got the yacht.
Yeah,
you got the yacht.
Boom, 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 boom. Still watching DXST. That one just came live to see if this can kind of crack down for some more new lows here.
My marble short, I would have taken it. So what I've been waiting for is it to sort of like tap this 9 and the 20 EMA. And once it shows weakness, that's kind of when I've been hoping to potentially go short after a period of consolidation, kind of like we've had up here on the 1 minute chart.
Love it. Love it. Yeah. So don't forget, just going back to that, get to predicting those World Cup matches, team.
Yeah.
Mexico, South Africa. That'll be fun for us in after hours for the earnings on Thursday. Then we got South Korea and the Czech. They'll play later on that night. See a lot of easy ways for you guys to make some quick eval cash. That's right. Credits that will be sent over to you guys. you'll be verified and let you know that when you have won the prediction, you'll get an email from us and let you know you've gotten some credits to go toward whatever eval you want. It could go to the 5K, the 25K, the 50K, 100K, 200K. We got flex accounts, we got max accounts, we have swing accounts now. We got it all for you. It's really, we have a plethora of trading, essentially ways to trade essentially the stock market.
Yeah. Shorten Marvell, new low of day, 263. Exactly. I better, you know what? It's that round number. It's 263. Sometimes that pulls up after a nice psychological round number. So I want to lower my stop down.
All right. While we're in our trades here, we're kind of managing 2 trades at once, and we're looking at these heavily because we are in some fast movers. Yes. Let's play that promo for the World Cup, my friends and family, in the Trading World Championship. Keep going, but I don't want to. Whoa, what a move from Pavs. Halted up right now. Let's go here. Running back on down here. New low in the run here for myself.
Wow.
And DXST. So DXST coming back on down. Let's go here. And Pavs now.
Beautiful.
Look at the moves here. Look at the moves we're providing for you. We have Pavs here now halted up. Pavs halted up here. What moves we have for the day, my friends and family here. Wowzer, woozer, wowzins.
Obi-Wan Kenobi says some people get the yacht, some get the dinghy, some the rubber ducky, and many usually go down the drain. LOL. But when you have a trade the pool account, your risk factor is almost non-existent because you get the eval and you get to trade with our capital. So, you don't have to go down the drain when you trade the pool.
Yes. No, there's no point to go down the drain. No point whatsoever. None whatsoever. I want the 3s again here for DXST. Pavs, there's your halt up right there, baby. Resumption price, looking about an even resumption right around 13.33, which still doesn't matter. And that's what I was just saying on Pavs. We were just talking about, you were saying, where can this go? And I was talking about the chart.
Yeah.
What I said. Yeah. This could go. This got to use normal. 10 would be next, and over 10, which we kind of came to 10 right here. And went a little bit over to 10.35 and a little bit of a fail. And then boom, shakalaka, bam to bam. Oh, going for a halt down. Here we go. Dun, 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 dun. Already halted down. There we go. DXST. Let's give it to it. Come on. Little round of applause for today right here. We're killing it today. Woo!
That's amazing.
I'm telling you.
MU is down almost $100 today, and it's only 10:30 in the morning, Central Standard Time.
Oh my! I did not realize. Well, it's a good and a bad for me. I did not realize it gapped back up to 1K, and now we're back down to 900. Man, come on already! Quit teasing with my heart. It's only 2 shares that I have left in MU, but hey,
sure. But you're down in the 600s, if I'm not mistaken, right?
630. Yep,
oh, yeah. You're still up. No reason to sweat.
No.
You're good.
Yeah. I'll sweat when I go outside later this afternoon and take a walk with the dogs. I'll be sweating bad. My gosh, yes, thank you, Crow. Thank you, nice, yes, yeah. Hey, we call it out here. That's why I love us as traders here. Crow, you're so good. Joe as well. Talking about the trades we're taking, and
are you going to try and trade some of your own cash on SpaceX earnings? Are you going to Are you going to try to do some of that?
I'm actually thinking about going half of my portfolio. No. AC double hockey stick.
Don't do it. That'll be your barn burner. That or I'll never hear from you again because you got too rich.
Yeah, oh, God. Well, yeah. Well, now that, hey, that.
Remember Josh? Remember AK-47? Remember him before he got to be neighbors with Warren Buffett?
Yeah, well,
Remember
no.
that guy?
Yeah, I would be.
Oh
neighbors.
yeah, I remember him.
I would want to be neighbors with someone
He's a
more
sweet
fun.
fella. I liked him.
Oh man, I love it. Maybe.
Maybe.
Pavs though, just like Smoke Tuna said, maybe this is the next INHD. I mean, this could get that move. I mean, Pavs yesterday, or I said INHD yesterday went from $1 and it made its move. That's exactly where Pavs is coming from. So we'll go back over to Pavs here. Of course, your main mover for the day in small cap territory had a move yesterday. You could see this actually from $1 to about $2.50 and had some run there and fun. This is one of the plays yesterday that got to going when INHD got going. Well, for whatever reason today, traders want to come back over, and that's why I said Joe wanted me to talk about it. There's going to be one, and I called this in my morning alerts. Joe, you get this. Joe, can you say that so I don't have to go play my morning alert? Joe, will you say, since everyone knows you and loves you and they know you're the wizard, say, yes, Josh called for this in the morning alerts this morning before the open bell, said sit back and wait. You will find a runner, and all this mess will slowly trash its ass out, and then we'll have our one runner on the day, and it'll show its face. Please, Joe, I don't have to play my morning alert. Or if I can play my morning alert.
You should also take a look at SPY.
Uh-oh.
We've dumped, brother.
Oh, no. I'm
731.
The wood chipper's coming after me.
Oh, man, look at that fallout.
Yeah, Mike the wood chipper's coming after me. This looks a lot like last Friday. Yeah, appreciate it, Joe. I appreciate it, Joe. But I called this out this morning, Jesse, about it's trash. It's a wait for the trash to kind of go away, and then you'll find that one sweet runner. And boy, it's Pavs today. But yeah, look at this. I want to keep track of my DXST trade. I do want to make sure where this is going to come up at. And we got 33 after for resumption. So I got about a minute and a half here. Okay, so we got about a minute and a half. We'll go back over here to you guys. We'll go ahead and do this. And then I'm going to do this real quickly. Dun, 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 dun. Woo! My Jebediah and the...
in the tech world, man, I mean, we're hitting new lows. Marvell's continuing to drop. 258s for Marvell, 903, 904 for MU, and AMD's down to 465. So, yeah, I mean, everything is continuing to crater.
I think we're going to come down today. I'll say right now, minimum today, team. I think we're coming down minimum to 2850, 2875, 20.
You're already getting pinged, man. Michael's coming at you in the chat.
Oh, I knew it. I know. You had to bring it up, Jesse. You had to bring it up.
I'm sorry.
I love it. All right, we do have Pavs, though. Pavs is live, so let's go back over to Pavs before we go. Let's look at something positive that is going up, all right?
That's great.
A little bit of a gap down.
Look at this.
Oh, man, that is funny. That is really
You're not that short. You're a tall guy.
Love it. Let's see here. Well, the craziness had to change to the 10-second chart. That's funny. Not saying buying anything, but just clear trend. Oh, yeah, for sure. Well, this is the one. Yeah, you have one to buy today. This would be the one right here. Yeah, no.
That's it. That's the one.
All right, let's see if we get a little bit of a gap down. DXST, I'm looking to see if we get a gap down. 350s is what it's showing. Let's see if we come live right here. I would love for it too. We going to go live here at the top of the minute? No, we are going into a longer halt. Fine with me. Go to a 10 or 20 minute halt. Let's go DXST down to earth. That's fine because you were in the stratosphere.
Just come down to earth. That's right.
Yeah, I'm only in 100 shares, but with the 100 shares still up, nice from 674. 674 entry price. 100 shares still banking on that. Pretty got the goods today. Got the goods today. This is the last 2 days. Again, I wish we could get this every day. It's not going to happen. Oh, with the gap down and trying to halt up again. Who trades this? CCTG. You halted up, but you gapped down. This just halted up again, Jack. Who is going long? What numbskull? What degen? What degen? Give it to me. Where's that womp, 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 Bayush? Give it to me, please. Because what are we doing? What? There's no crying in stock trading like there's no crying in baseball, but there's crying Go ahead and cry for these poor souls. This is why you need to be at Trade the Bull, because they're blowing their own account up. Somewhere else, going long on Schwab or Fidelity, blowing their account up. Who is going long? What are you smoking, Joe?
Can't go long today.
Oh, man. Joe says out 2/3 so far. There you go, 13. Well, Joe, you're getting more. So, Joe, I would say take 1450, which is coming up soon here on Pavs. Take your 1450. Give me, yeah, here it comes. 14. Give it to you, Joe. Joe, take it. 1450. Take a little more. Take 10 shares. Take 30 shares. Take a little bit. Here it is. 1450 to 15 is going to be a lock. Now, it may see a little resistance in this area. It's always nice to try to top ticket. You never know where the top and the high is going to be of the day. But there it is. Here we go. Now you're good. Now you're good. This is beautiful. Joe Florida. Oh, 1520 is LULD. 1520 is LULD there. See if we pop back into it for the halt up. Here we go. 1522. We're hitting it. Oh, fine. Come on. Let's go. Come on. Let's go. Come on. Come on. Keep pushing.
Push.
This play runs a little better when it doesn't halt. So let's just keep fake halting up and keep going, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Dun, 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 dun. Let's go. Woo! Love this. I'm going to stay on the short side today. This one's getting the FOMO whiskers growing on my chin over here, but I'm going to let them go. Good golly, this keeps running into the LULD. It was at 1581's the LULD. LULD stands for limit up, limit down, and that is the halt up price or halt down price. Hitting it again, 1581. Our countdown, let's get it up here. 10, 9, nope, red came in and they keep doing it to it, and it's good. That's what you want to see, because every time you see that, it keeps pushing into high of day. So all I'm looking at is a time and sells, and when it pushes all green, I know I'm running into LULD. We're doing it again here at 1622. But more red comes in, but that's good. You want red to come in because then it pops and pushes for more. I'll tell you when the nope, still red yet again, kind of coming back down a little bit out of the gate here. 1622 is the LULD for the halt up. There's a little bit of that sell-off finally coming in. What a move here. What an absolute, again, barn burner play. Tuna just talked about it, kind of doing the INHD, pushing back to 20. We're talking a play up right now, almost 1,600%. I didn't lie. I just said 1,600%. And look at it continue to go here. She's a barn burner, baby. Running into the LULD red again here at the 58 cent mark, 59 cent mark. Here it is. We're hitting the LULD. Nope, still more red coming back into this freaking tape. And we're selling off again. But, Joe, that's what you want. If you are long, you don't want it to halt up. Why? Last time you halted up, you had a gap down. You don't want to recover from that. You'd rather continue doing what you're doing now. Run into LULD, sell off a little bit. You know, those scalper traders, those red-haired guys of the world we're talking about, not the specific all red-haired guys, but the one that has a ponytail with really long hair. He's getting in and out and in and out and in and out and in and out. He's fine doing that if you know what you're doing. Finally, fully about to halt up here. I feel it coming. 97 cents right here. Coming in with the halt, with the timer now. We got 5. Put the countdown up. 4. Even before I can get to it. 3, 2, 1. Halt it up.
Woo! Tax says, I'm so tired after watching the J&J show. 100%.
Well, if you get plays like this to run, you're going to be tired after any one of these live streams. And again, it's myself. I know today... Jesse, when I hit this afternoon stretch, and I think I took off from one-on-ones today. I'm hoping I did. I still
take a nap.
Yeah, well, take a nap. Well, not my. This will be my. I'm winded. I'm like I don't want to talk. I'm like I've said. Yeah. So I need a word counter on a day like today to see how many words I've said literally already since I've been up, because I bet we're into the tens of thousands.
I'm sure you are. I'm sure you're in that for sure.
Looking for the resumption time here for DXST. About to go live here. Hopefully, hopefully, just so I can get some more gap down coming out of it. Should be coming live at 38 seconds afterwards. So DXST, while multiple plays are halted here, we'll see if this play will come live for us. Looking for a gap down, getting some more movement to new lows. Here we go. There we get some price action. There we go. Now I love it. 382 exit price right there. Let's see if I can see any lower than 382. On the ask when this starts to slap back on down here. Let's see if we can't work back. My goal on this play is to back down into right around 3 to around 3. We'll call it 3. 3, baby, 3. We'll hold on to the remaining. Now I'm in 75 shares on DXST. There was that resumption price there. Love this dump. Kevin Avery's in on this with me as well. So Kevin Avery, congratulations. Anyone else on the DXST short? That's what I was talking about earlier with Crow. Just waiting for this. I love when we have the Scud missiles, when we have the sky, what are we going to call these? The rockets, right? Your rockets to go to outer space. You're on the launching pad. When you go up and you get one of these failed rockets, whoa, boy, it's a crazy, nasty crash right back on down. And typically you'll get this, where you get good gaps up, but that first gap down, you can see, Jesse, why I wanted to trade it. The biggest gap of the day was this. The gap down from 675 all the way down to 520 was the biggest gap. And you're talking about a free $1.20 or $1.50, I should say, $1.50 of free money. And again, come over, trade the pool. you don't have to worry about locates. You can just go short and short and short.
And short, yes. Yes, it's very good. I'm wondering if we've maybe found a bottom. SPY kind of settling at that 730, 731. Marvell sort of consolidating, but now making a move maybe to the upside. We'll see. We've got a low a day of 258.60 for Marvell, and a lot of these tech stocks are similarly doing the same thing. So, yeah, seeing what's going on here.
Love it. Yeah, I'll go back over and I'm going to keep my eye on SPY, or I should say PAVs for you guys here. And actually, so I can keep my eye on at least SPY for now. So I'll have some extra charts up here. And is this just a fake bottom found? Okay, here we go. Come on, DXS. Come on down for more, right? Yeah. So is this kind of like you think we found the bottom, but
we found the bottom, but it's not the bottom yet. Right.
Yeah. So let's keep our eye on that. I've got DXST trying to come on down for more here. I want new lows. 382, my best exit. Want to see lower than that on the ass side there. And then I'll keep PAVs on watch, of course, here as this halted up. Here we go. Come on, DXST. There we go. There's some more movement back on down. There's my beautiful girlfriend. There she is. Oh, God, you're so beautiful. I love you. And then we have, we'll go quickly, PAVs, 1696. So, again, like I said earlier, it's probably going to see an immediate open and sell-off from traders that are in it. But traders like Joe that are in so freaking low at $5 can sit back with a beautiful glass of Chardonnay and some wine and some grapes, let's just say some cheese and some grapes, and have that with their wine.
Exactly.
Let's see here. Question tag says, who will pay more for tokens? Not me. I'll stick with free programs. Love it. Love it. Love it. Yeah, free? Free, baby. Free.
Free.
Are they trying to push the back into? Oh, really? Alma, they're still. Yeah, they're definitely still. I could see Alma Bahama Mama, them trying to push this play back on around. Look, there she is again, halted on up. Alma, this one's wacko. I'm going to leave it alone, especially after this beautiful DXST short. I'm definitely leaving it alone for now, and then knowing that hey, could have got in CCTG, that would have been more profit. Leaving it alone, 100%. Alma could have another round trip up and back down. So keep that on watch for AHMA. I'll keep that one on watch too over here. Oh man! So what are you getting any extra trades in there, Jesse?
Yeah, I'm actually in a trade right now with Marvell. I'm in a short just because I think we might still have some more room to go to the bottom, and it started going up a little bit above the 9, but I think this could maybe, hopefully, be a fake out on the way up for a moment. But yeah, in the moment I'm in a losing trade, waiting to see what happens.
You said short there?
I'm going short. Yep.
Yeah, I would say once well, my wife yelling at dogs. When we see new lows, because look at SPY real quickly, and then check out MRVO. They are almost identical right now. I bet a lot of stocks and tickers are. Once we see new lows, we're going to have another leg down. So that's where if you want to add into that trade, and holy mother of good Lord Almighty, you are the prettiest lady I've seen since yesterday. PAVs. Oh, God.
I wasn't watching you. I thought maybe you were complimenting your wife and she walked into the room.
Hey, baby, I love you so much. Oh, hey, yeah. Not yet. I'll see. I'll have her come in after I get out of the DXST trade and say, well, I'll say DXST, you're just so she knows. I'll say DXST, you're the second sexiest thing I've seen today. PAVs, you too. Hey, baby, how you doing? Because you's the sexiest thing. Anyway, PAVs here, just rolling through the tape. I told you this had room to run there. I didn't think it was going to do a freaking INHD. Oh, my. Oh.
Wow.
PAVs. Wow. I'll text Jesse. I'll text Kevin there. I text Kevin. He's about to halt up. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Halt up. Oh, no. Selling at the last second. Oh, he lifted his shoulder up off the mat. No, he's back down again. He hammered him back down with another elbow off the top rope. Oh, he's down to count for this time. Oh, no, he's not. He threw his arm up again. Oh, he almost got to 3. And he's still alive. It's doing exactly what it's been doing almost all day, running like it's going into a halt, then doesn't, which continues to push the LULD to the top side, and we continue to, now we're hitting it again at 2291, hitting it again at 2291. He says, now just watching and waiting, yeah. So Kevin here looking to maybe go short eventually. I will sit back and wait for a crazy move up. This is finally hitting the LULD long enough. There's no way he's getting off the mat this time. Halting up here in 3, 2, 1, halted up.
Boom.
Wow. What a day. Because then you still have CCT. People over here still wanting to go long on CCTG. What What is going on today, Jesse, in the small cap sector? Well, let me tell you, we got hot a few weeks ago. So let's just all go back. Because what all of these stocks can pay a little love and homage to, a few different tickers, but I'm going to start with at least this one right here in MNTS, where we came back from Memorial Day, where you're like, oh, it'll be slow. It's after Memorial Day. It's a shortened week. Oh no, Jerry, we go from 750 all the way up to 24. I'm like, okay, well, that's cute. Yeah, it was cute until ASTC said, hold my beer, MNTS. We're going to go from 275 to 69 essentially. And you can continue that, my friends and family, to INHD and the no PDT rule. And holy moly, Jerry, we are going absolutely bonkitos now. Okay? This is what we call bonkitos. We got INHD, now we've got PAVs. There's no way by the end of this week. Now, this reminds me of 2020, 2021. So imagine this all year, Jesse.
Wow.
Now, you didn't get this every day, but you'd have like a stretch of it for like a week or two, and then it would die off. And it would be normal, it'd be fine, and you get to play, blah, blah, and then all of a sudden, oh, here we go again, oh, we're doing it again, here we go again. And then you do it for like a week or two, and then it'd slow down. I mean, you literally get it for like a week or two. And you knew about the fifth or sixth one in, somewhere in there, you're like, okay, don't even it's going to be crazy, it's going to be stupid, because it'll be like, up, down, up, but what? It's just like it's broken, like it doesn't know where it wants to go. You'll start getting more of that versus where you'll get one of these a day. You'll get one of, and then you'll get the plays like I'm in, DXST, you'll get these mega dump backs to go with it. So you can go, okay, well, I'm going to go long. I'll find my one long of the day, INHD, PAVs today. I would imagine we get one, maybe two more this week. By next week, this trend dies off and we slowly kind of get back to like, whew, Juneteenth's coming up. We'll have next Friday off. I think that's next Friday.
Markets are closed for Juneteenth? Are they really?
Yeah, that's a new holiday. Last year, I think was the last year. The year before was the first year they put it into observance to actually take the day off.
Interesting.
And it could be Crow. It could be covering. It could be covering. I've just never have seen that much covering. That's a lot of shorts. Like I know that's a lot of shorts on CCTG to cover because of the share size that are going in there. I was like, are there that many shorts available to the public? Us, it's one thing, but you got to think how many shorts are out there where I don't know. I'm just thinking of, hey, bonquitos, attack. But yes, regardless, it's bonquitos. It's crazy to see what we're seeing today. Yesterday with INHD, and then all the other crazy halts, which PAVs was one of them, and then you get the rest of today where. This hour has started a little slow, as they always kind of do. Sometimes I say not always, but now next thing you know, this hour's almost over. Because of all the big moves we made. And yes, predict the World Cup. I got to put one last time. All the great fun that we're having here with the World Trading Championship and the leaderboard. I got to pull that. Do you have the link to the leaderboard, Jesse?
I do not have the link to the leaderboard. I do need that.
Put Ayush, if you're still listening, I'd love if you could put that in chat. And I'll pull that up. Yeah,
I'm still monitoring my trade in Marvell at the moment. I'm actually almost in profit, so.
Please let Margo out. Margo, go.
Come on, Margo. And Marvell. Yeah. Come on, Marvell. Margo.
Well, I thought, I turned around because, anyway, I thought I smelt a little something. I was like, no. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Oh no! Yeah, I was oh no in there for a minute for sure. Here we go. Boom! Trading World Championship. Let's take a look at it right now. Woo! Oh man! So we got Trade the Pool. We got 3,200 active traders on the Trade the Pool's actual challenge in itself. With the top spot going to Bala Kumar and Brian lost second place, third to Anthony Heaton. Right now up 300% on his account. He's up 275. 276, whatever you call it, 277. So some good moves there. Then we've got some lacklusters back here. We're falling behind here. Hopefully some of my traders can start to show their names. I would love to see some of my traders start to show up in this tournament, especially after there's Joe Welch. There's one of mine that I talked to and know. There's Max. Okay, Max. I know he made some move on Amma Bahama Mama. He actually got in on the Amma short with me earlier. So Amma, there we go. Got some movement from it. I was hoping maybe DXST with me as well. So there we go. Let's just go all together. What do we got on the all together board here? All together board. What do we got? 30,000+ all across the board. And Bala, got to give it to him. Shout out from TTP coming in hot. The nice guy. He's right there. coming in, Bala Kumar. Let's keep it going. We got Brian Law in the top 5 too as well for TTP. And then even Anthony Heaton making a run for it. So we got 3 in the top 10 there from Trade the Pool because we bring the goods. We bring the goods. I'll keep that up on my end of things. And we are live. PAVS is live. PAVS hitting new highs. 25 target next. 25 coming in hot. It will probably hit at any moment now. 25, there it is. Boom. Most likely hits 26.50. There that is. Well, not yet. There comes 26.50. This is where you could just get in and out. Kind of worrisome on Trade the Pull because you have to have 30 seconds once. And if we ever get rid of that dang roll, I would have just scalped that as you just saw me walk it right on up to 26.50. You just don't know how long it's going to stay up. So I would have gotten in at that break of 24, knowing 25 and 26.50 were going to be a touch, and I mean a touch away. And that's exactly why you got to be careful with that 30-second rule on these tickers, guys. That's why I love trading plays like DXST or the CCTG on the short side. AMA earlier. I know I'm going to get a gap down continuation with another gap and halt down, so I don't have to worry about anything. I am miles and miles away overall from my entry price by the time I have to even worry about it. Beautiful move there. Now over 26.50. We will see an instant shot to 28.75 and then to 30. Those will be your next 2 areas up on PAVS. PAVS now probably may even have a little bit of a reset right now. We're talking 2,500% up.
Nice. My short's going pretty well. I'm just about stopped out for a good profit, and so hopefully
Did we turn
that will
back over like we were
continue.
anticipating there? Yeah. Did we turn back?
Yeah, we have turned back over slightly. I'm just about maybe to get stopped out though.
That's all right.
For a decent little profit. Yep, I got stopped out, but it was a winner, so cool. Happy about that.
And I think we come back down and test that low of day. So I would say even Jesse, as you watching the next hour, Raiders.
You think? Do you believe we'll continue to slide down a little bit?
Yeah, I think we do. I think just everything goes and rolls with the SPY for now, which would mean SPY does get to my area of 28.75, 28.50. So I think we do see new lows. Could be coming up soon. I know Michael Noss does not want to hear that, but we could be seeing even more new lows on the way down here. It does seem very bearish in my opinion. I think we tap low of day maybe one more time before coming back up and then going down for more. That's what I see on the SPY. Finally, PAVS here. Jiminy Crickets almighty. I was wondering when we'd get this sell-off. Halted down. Are we going to get a gap down on it? Let's just go ahead and check right now. Oh my, we might. Oh, and I wish I would have jumped in. It's showing $12 right now. 12.7. Okay, it'll probably adjust. But PAVS, I did miss that short. PAVS is all the way down now, looking to maybe, I should say, halted down at 18.50. It's showing resumption price in the 12s right now. This one could get really crazy. PAVS, this one could be the dumper. Oh man, oh Jesse, this could get fun. I know we only have a few more minutes left before we have to off the mic. Now it's down at 11.60. It's in the 11s, Jesse. Oh,
wow.
Boy. Oh boy, Jess. Oh
wow.
Man. Oh boy.
Wow.
Oh.
Let's go.
Is anyone on the short? Did anyone take the short on PAVS? And B, is anyone still long on PAVS?
Let us know.
Oh, Joe's short. Joe is short. Joe, love it. He switched to the short side here. Loving it. It's a little hard when you're commentating, and I just missed that massive sell-off there. I bet Kevin's going to text me any second now and say, hey, thank you, Ayush, for sending that to me. Man, that he got into that. Hey, if I was sitting here by myself watching PAVS like a hawk, that was it. That's now you're going to, just to jump in small, probably would have done like earlier, 100 shares like CCTG. I've already gotten my big share trade size for the day. Went heavier on DXST, heavier on AMA. I've made my profit. So now when I get to trade 3 and 4 on these crazy supernovas, I just go in 100 shares just to see what I could get. CCTG would have been 200 probably buckaroonies, somewhere around there, on 100 shares minimum at this point, right? If I would have jumped in on that halt down and then PAVS 100 shares. If we open at 12, that's $500-$600.
Woo!
On 100 shares. Here's Kevin. Called it. Here's Kevin. Well, the payday might get bigger.
Nice. I'm back in for the short for Marvell. It's continuing to slide on down.
Yeah, I like that lower VWAP
Right
band.
on down.
Yeah, lower VWAP band for the SPY on my left side over here is pointing downward pretty significantly at 875 as well. Literally on what's at 873. I just looking at that chart, looks like she wants to come down for more and eat into that. I don't know how she doesn't. It just at this point so bearish, everything down with it. It's going to take some big buying power to come back into this to survive for the day. I don't know that she has that in her yet, and that's fine. We're due for some dumpage here. And just how much and how high we've been. I said, just kept jokingly 780 we were going to get to. We got to 760, so I was pretty freaking close on that call out there. And CCTG still going live. So CCTG, this one's still rocking and rolling live again with the gap up. Now this is definitely finally going to see, could see some sort of a sell off here, but this is, this is still live. We're getting some crazy, where this is going to continue tomorrow. So traders, I know we only have about 5 minutes left here. This afternoon, he says it's payday, Kevin. Tomorrow, or I should say tomorrow, this afternoon, Steve and I will be back this afternoon to cover some earnings for you guys. Maybe a little lighter today. Tomorrow and Thursday will be definitely a heavier day. No, you're today, Jesse, right? You're today, Jesse.
Yeah, I'm today. I'm later on this afternoon.
Tomorrow,
absolutely.
You're today. I'm tomorrow. You're Thursday. So Jesse will be back this afternoon. So it's Jesse this afternoon with Steve, the Achieve, or maybe he's Steve Crowbar. We don't know if he's Crowbar Steve or Steve the Achieve. We'll find that out later today. Hopefully he got some of this short and he's Steve the Achieve. And here you go. What did I say? Jesse SPY here looking like it wants to come back down.
Falling, yes.
So seeing that pullback. So for small caps though, guys, it's going to be crazy tomorrow. It's going to be crazy for the rest of the day. So just go smaller. Find your true setup and go a little bit bigger there. But still stay overall a little bit smaller. Attack your ones that you love the most, like I did, DXST and AMA heavier, and then the ones that you may have don't have as much trust in, but you want to make sure you can be a part of the play because it has potential, would be going a little bit smaller. Plays like PAVs, just jumping into this play right now. If I would have jumped in short, and it's looking like right now we're going to see a gap down. At least now it's showing 15.25. So now it's kind of correcting itself, showing 15.20s, but still, 300 or 100 shares, you're talking $300, $300 just right there out of the gate, if not maybe more. Same with with me and DXST. So find your place, stick to them in the small cap market. It's crazy, it's volatile out there, and of course, the best thing of all, Jesse, as we've talked about, the Trading World Championship.
Yes, absolutely. And Josh, man, hey, you were right. New lows for Marvell, 257, continuing to fall.
Hey, what did I say? I caught it there. Hopefully you got some of this short, Jesse. Did you get some? I
got some of it short. I did. Yes.
Good. Because I see SPY looking like she wants to come down. There is new low of day actually for the SPY. I can't always hold it up, so I can read a chart though. That's one thing I can do.
You can read a chart. That's amazing.
So SPY on down for more. Here goes your Marvell. New low of day on it. Yep, Jesse catching some good profit there, brother. Good job. SPY, Watchford, I talked about it. 28.75, 28.50 seems like a lock at this point. Take your shorts. Take your little briefcase, your briefcases, right? Take them on down. Here it comes. New lows. Called it out. Let's go. Rocking and rolling. It's just chart. It just shows bearishness. There's no buying volume coming into this. It's rolling down the moving average, especially one of my favorites, which is the 9. Here comes 875, Jesse. Freaking Fraggle Rocks. Here you go, brother.
Wow.
There you go.
Yeah. No, it's continuing to dump, continuing to fall.
Yeah, the outlaw. Jesse, Big J James over here taking some Marvell down, baby. Yeah, SPY. Come on, give me 28.75. Give me 28.75 so I can do a mic drop and just go ahead and head on out of here with the DXST short, AMA short. SPY short. Come on down just a little bit more. Come on down, SPY. You're the next.
Come on down.
I called you out, and you know it. Come on, a little bit low.
I don't even want to look at my swing accounts though. now.
Yeah. I feel it. Yep, and don't forget, predict the World Cup right there. The scores and win big up to $1 million in World Cup. There's the 28s. Went up to $1 million on our trading evaluations by just predicting World Cup matches. That starts on Thursday, June 11th. Make sure you're here. A lot of exclusive prizes coming up over the next couple of weeks as well. Just besides that, you come over on the earnings. We have some big views like today, tomorrow, and Thursday. Come back and join me and Jesse for the earnings. Alejandro maybe joins us as well, possibly. We've been giving away some 25K evals the next day. That's huge. Wow. That's credits. Oh, man. Yeah, I thought we'd get a little bit lower. That's credits toward a 5K, a 25K, a 50K, a 100K, a 200K flex account, right? So go use those credits. They are absolutely worth coming over for free. Jesse, for free.
For free. It's beautiful. Yes.
All right.
And like Josh mentioned, I will be back this afternoon with Steve. We got some fun earnings this afternoon, so check us out 3:30 Eastern Standard Time.
And everyone for joining today. Crow, thank you. Nigel as well. Tack, as always. Florida Joe, Tack, Crow, the usual gang. Nigel, the bot, as he's been called before. Snowman joining us today. Everyone earlier in chat, thank you as much as we love you from the bottom of our amazing little hearts. You guys are freaking phenomenal. Phenomenal. Well, that's it. We're closing up shop perfectly right here, right at the top of the hour. Jesse, any final words for yourself, my man?
Right here. No, I'm excited for earnings later on this afternoon. So, yeah, make sure you guys come on back. And again, like Josh just said, thanks for everyone in the chat. It's always good to read the comments. And it's always good to work with you, Josh, AK-47 Knoxville. Always enjoy my time with you, brother.
Well, awesome. Love that. You know, love it. And definitely spending time with you, Big J. We'll have to come up. Big Steve O.J. How about that? Big Steve O.J.
Steve O.J. Awesome. Well, I will be seeing you soon.
Here, yep, yes, sir. I'll probably pop in after hours. We have some kind of crazy moves like yesterday in the small cap sector. Like, oh my gosh, are you seeing this? And hey, like we talked about SPY, she's coming down for more. Sorry, Nas, but at least we did call it a good trade for y'all to get some profit with Jesse on Marvell or SPY.
At least I got something.
Yeah, love it. All right, guys, join Steve, Jesse. They will be back in about 3.5 hours. 3.5 hours from right now. We'll put the scanners up. Until then. You guys have a great, safe, blessed, food-filled day. I will see you all for sure back tomorrow on the lunch recap with Steve. Until then, scanners up. See you tomorrow.